Glad to have everybody here today for an exciting Apply Texas Advisory Committee meeting in Austin, Texas. What an exciting day and an exciting South by Southwest climate here going on. It's good to be a part of that. I think we may be on the agenda, hopefully, for South by Southwest. So you could expect throngs of visitors in the gallery today to come and watch us work. So thank you for coming to the rescheduled meeting from our original January meeting that was weathered out. And so I appreciate everybody making the effort to be here and be a part of this conversation today. I'd like to move directly into the agenda. Well, let's do introductions first. Let's do introductions around the room, and then we'll move into the agenda. I'm Ethan Logan from Texas Tech University, your current chair.
Trey Hadaway, Kilgore College.
Ralph Ramon, Western Texas College.
Cody Coe, Tyler Junior College.
Tim Brace, Apply Texas.
I'm Mindy Nobles. I'm with the coordinating board.
Candace Appleton Kuntz.
Good morning. David Jimenez with Tarrant County College.
Lee Williams, Texarkana College.
Lisa Hernandez, Angelo State University.
Christy Urban, Blinn College.
Kevin Davis, Stephen F. Austin.
Melinda Carroll, North Central Texas College.
Elizabeth Garza, Alamo Colleges.
Michelle Walker, Texas A&M.
Stephanie Anderson, Texas State.
I'm Rex Peebles. I'm the new Assistant Commissioner for Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research at the Coordinating Board. I've been here about 3 months, so you can't blame me for anything yet. Although I think that's rapidly going away. But anyway, it's good to have you all here and to meet you. I think this is an important work, and we certainly appreciate the advice and consultation and recommendations and the thought that you give to the process. So thanks again for being here.
Jose Rios, Coordinating Board.
Thank you and welcome, everybody. And I think, can you hear me all right? And I would like to welcome anybody who's watching in on our live feed and enjoy the show. So the first item of business is a consideration from our minutes from our previous meeting. That was the November 4th meeting in the fall of last year. And so those meeting minutes were distributed to you a little while back, since we are about a month and a half after our original scheduled date. So if you need to have that information, I'm happy to send it to you again, but I would give you a moment to review that and or make any corrections.
Ethan, I have one small correction, which is just in the introductions part. Glenn Shelton was here representing TEA and not Apply Texas.
Thank you, Tim. Any other revisions or corrections? I'd be happy to entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
I so move.
Second.
Wonderful. Sorry about that. So we'll continue forward on that. Thank you. Without any objections, I presume. Okay. Item number 3 is our report from the technical team. Dr. Brace, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a few things to mention quickly. The transition of Speedy to the NSC is complete. That was ongoing for a while and actually was complete before the January meeting, which we did not have due to the icing. So if anybody has any follow-up questions on that, most people, I think there were a few bumps along the road, which are understandable with such a move such as that, but and we are still working with them to talk about making sure we have the resources that we need for them to be able to deliver the Apply Texas applications in a way that is the kind of performance that we expect. There are other things we made some changes at the request of, kind of on our own recognizance. Some of them were requested by the coordinating board or requested at the conference last year or by the members, and we consider these to be non-controversial, and so, but I'll announce a few of them. We were asked, I think this came from Cheryl Rich. We were asked to add searches for applications by first name to the admin pages, and we did that, and that should be in production. And also to add kind of crumbs to the search page to show for applications when you search what search terms you put in, and those have been added, and I believe that they are already in production. We were asked to make some changes to little explanatory text on the app pages to correctly align with related content. The example being apartment number, where to put apartment number, and we have moved that. We added explanatory text to the suffix to try to eliminate people putting in Mr. or Miss or Mrs. as suffixes. And we don't know how well that's worked. We would entertain the idea that we might want to have a pull-down menu for suffixes if the group could come up with a complete list of suffixes. That's been difficult in the past, and so we allow people to type in what they want. But I know at UT Austin it causes problems when people put in Mr. as a suffix. We don't want that on our system, and so that gets kicked out as an exception, and someone has to deal with that. So we've just tried to add some text that basically says, please don't put Mr. or Miss or Mrs. as a suffix. And that's been recently enough to where we're not sure that that's working as well as it should. The Q&E, for those who use the Q&E, which is the print out, our software that people use for printing out applications, we suppress the printing of the Social Security number on the printed document. It still shows in Q&E, but if you print out an application, it won't show the Social Security number. And also, on admin pages, it was requested that the custom questions now have modifiable numbers on them so that you can choose which number you want the custom questions, so that you don't, if you want to stick something in between number 3 and number 4, you don't have to erase all of them and put them back in. It was a pain before, so we've already put that in to where you can renumber your questions now however you want. And those are changes that have just been made that we just seemed reasonable and seemed non-controversial, so we went ahead and made them. The T-Rex automation of transcript requests project is moving forward. We will pilot with Texas A&M and Laredo Community College and several high schools, and we will be rolling that in this year with our changes so that if the student requests, they will make automatic transcript. We will send automatic transcript requests through T-Rex, making sure that those institutions are participating as a pilot project. And if that works, then we will move forward. At the coordinating board's request, we will move forward with installing that for everyone. But this year, we're just going to check it out and see how it works. Last year, we started standardized addresses. We have our stats show that about 95% of the addresses are being standardized on the applications. One question that came up, which was because suddenly we were adding the extra 4 digits, which we weren't doing before, to almost anyone, because very few people actually put them in manually, was about whether we should or shouldn't put a dash in there. So at this point we're not. We kind of got some pushback. The USPS considers the dash to be standard, but a lot of people put it in their own systems, and so at this point we're not putting those in. If that's something the committee wants to consider, then y'all will need to talk about that. But I know at UT Austin and some others probably put that in, and so at this point we're not putting it in. But for some people, they were surprised suddenly to be getting 9 digits instead of 5, and we got so that at this point that's where we are. Is we're not putting the dash in the zip. We recently, due to a request from the NSC after they took Speedy on, is we are no longer sending full credit card numbers with the EDI to anyone. there were about 11. There were fewer than 15 institutions that were accepting credit cards, but did not have a PayPal account. We use PayPal as our intermediary, and we've worked. Our help desk has worked very hard with all of them to either get them onto PayPal or to just let them know and work with them to let them know that we will no longer be sending credit card numbers. We are currently still sending partial numbers. Some schools use them for matching because it may be mom's credit card, and we send that. The NSC has said that was okay. They would probably prefer us not to send any numbers, but at this point we're still sending partials. And so if at this point we haven't gotten what I would consider an official request to come back to you and say, can you ask them not to send anything? But for the time being, we've been told that they're okay with our sending partial. So that's what we're doing for now. And the last thing on my list is just a reminder that the TACRO users meeting conference, as it were, it looks like it's been set up for June 27th. I see that on the TACRO site. So at the Pico Research Center, same place as it normally is. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Tim. And thank you for mentioning the TACRO users conference. Are there any questions for Tim on the technical team's work since our last meeting?
I do, Ethan. And I know, Tim, you and I exchanged some emails, so I just thought we should maybe share it for the group. A number of institutions are seeing a real inconsistency of when our applications are delivered. And because we've got so many parts that are automated, we've got scripts that run at a particular time, et cetera. And I think we calculated, not counting anything that had to deal with the initial implementation, because we know what happened there, and that's been fixed. We're seeing on average about 10% of the time the applications aren't coming in, either not coming when they're supposed to, wrong files, and we're finding, and I think people are misusing terminology, using names. They'll say, I've contacted Applied Texas and they haven't responded. I think the reality is they've contacted Clearinghouse and they don't respond. So their response rate in telling us what's going on, I'd probably have to rate pretty poor at this point. I mean, y'all are always really good about saying no. Y'all answer really quick, saying, and we're going to have to ask you to go talk to the Clearinghouse. We do, but the response rate is not. I mean, I think we've lost a quality and level of service that your group was able to provide us that we're not currently seeing.
I can. I'd be interested in some follow up, or maybe some other point of some other experiences people have had, and I have good contacts with the NSC, and I'd certainly be willing to take the lead in asking them to. I don't know. We run our programs in the evening. I think it's 6 o'clock, and usually they only take a couple of minutes to run. There was a time, I know, right at the deadline, because A&M and UT have the same deadline, and that's just, there's a lot of apps that day.
We expected that, and we expected on everybody's same scholarship deadline. I think those days we all expect, things could run just a tad bit slow. But this is
It's really more, there are other times. I know there were a couple of times in February that things went out late, or that we heard from people, and I don't think that had anything to do with deadlines within Applied Texas. What we might do is, what I would suggest probably would be for me to contact the NSC people, and maybe they could look at the distance and time between, maybe because of some of the volume they deal with or something, there's a little delay in, for some of you who might kick off, you have your window open a little earlier, if you could open it a little later or something. There might be some things that would affect that. I don't know the situation.
I think we're looking for consistency.
Yeah.
We can build processes around, if they need an extra hour and we're going to get them at 8:30 versus 7:30, I think we can all plan for that. What we can't plan for is you never know when it's coming in.
Well, and we've had probably in the last 6 business days, 3 of those days, we've had issues with getting our apps. And I'm not sure that we're getting a real message as to why. And if it is a matter of, something's running long and it's missing our window, we're happy to adjust our window. But we don't know that that's what needs to happen. So that's probably the dialogue that needs to take place, if they can just let us know. We had an issue with T-Rex last week as well, and the response we got was, it's not our fault, call TEA, or call T-Rex. And we weren't really, we didn't really know how to follow up with that particularly. So just a little dialogue would be good. We're kind of wondering as well what is going on, because it affects a lot of departments when those apps don't come in.
It almost seems like, I know, and your unit is really, really different. You know how when it seems like no one owns something, it's everybody's, and it's almost like they don't feel like they have a single customer, which is the state of Texas. And so whether it is we've got to route it through the coordinating board who starts to, ask the questions, or it's almost as if because we're so individual, and I mean, we're pretty good at talking, but it takes us a while to notice and say, oh, geez, let's send out an email and say, is this me or is this you? Are you having the same problem that maybe it's allowed them not to address the issues?
And it's also happening at community colleges too, because I know we're talking about larger universities, but I know it has been an issue with our institution, and I know that they have deadlines, but it is also happening at community colleges as well, and there's not much communication. I think whenever you contact Apply Texas and they actually include the clearinghouse, there's an immediate response, but if you contact the clearinghouse directly, at least this is my experience, that it takes a little bit longer, but if you guys are actually included in that, it speeds up a little bit of the process. At least that's what happened recently for us.
And I think that was going to be my comment, is that the conversation has to happen not at each individual institution, but at the state level. So if we have to, I wasn't aware that this was happening until I received a couple of emails, which is the same thing that happened last time whenever it was down. We were not aware of those things.
And it looks like, I'm just looking at, because I get the emails from whenever the ETS or the transmission comes through, and in the past it was always in the evening, which we don't have anything automated, but it seems like it's been, at 8:30 in the next morning or by noon, or it's very sporadic, so no.
Yeah, and I think.
What do you think? Do you have an idea of how we should proceed? I'm happy to initiate conversation with NSC, but if it should come from the board instead, or maybe you and I can talk about the best way to approach it. We certainly don't want a deterioration of service.
Yeah, we definitely don't want. Yeah, we'll talk like how to best communicate with them at the state level, but yeah, it should not be at the institution level.
And I think we should be past. As you said, there were some bumps of when the change happened, and there was a little bit of a bump the first time. We tried to kind of warn them how many apps would be coming that first deadline on around December 1st. But I think until they actually experience that level, they're not going to know. And now they've experienced it and gotten through it. But I think by now we really should be through we should be through the problems, and things should be solved. So we need to, if whatever's not solved, we need to get on, and I'm happy to be a part of that process.
So I think that's a great comment, Jose and Tim. So perhaps we need to be purposeful about putting together a response from the member institutions and saying what problems we've seen, so we can make a coordinated communication for this to NSC. I think that you're exactly right. I'm sure that there's some onboarding issues perhaps that are going to be hopefully one time as they scale up for this interaction that they're having with Apply Texas. That's me being optimistic, knock on wood. And so perhaps we can do that. And so we need to think about a directed way to sample all of our institutions and see what kind of difficulties we've had to put together a comprehensive response. Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for the technical team? Fantastic. Great work. Tim, to you and your staff, we really appreciate what you guys are doing.
Before we move on, I'd just like to welcome David Muck, who's here representing the technical team. He's our team lead. And were it not for this, he'd still be at South by Southwest. Did you bring us, last night on the news, I saw that they've got these cookie things you can buy that you didn't bring any of those cookies? They're like glasses made out of cookie that then they put milk in or something. I thought maybe you'd bring some, maybe for lunch. Welcome, David. Thank you for being with us as a resource for me and for the committee as well.
Thank you, and welcome, David. Our next item is discussion and consideration from subcommittee reports. We had an opportunity to host subcommittee meetings between our November meeting and today, either via telephone in a coordinated teleconference style or in person. There were some meetings that took place in January prior to the day before the meeting got canceled. So we did have some subcommittees that actually met in Austin prior to our meeting. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to represent all of the subcommittees and ask for your reports. If I forget somebody, please bring it to my attention, and I apologize in advance for any oversight. And so I'm going to work through the list of subcommittees that we have. And feel free to acknowledge any information that you would like to share. The first subcommittee, and we may not have had, this one may have just dissolved in and of itself, but it was a conversation about House Bill 5 initiatives, and how institutions, 2-year and 4-year institutions, were going to work with House Bill 5 until the TEA resolution of curriculum took place. Since that has taken place, that kind of committee has kind of dissolved, but I'm going to open that up to see if anybody from that subcommittee has any comments.
I'll try to speak. I think there's 2 to 3 outstanding issues that we would still like clarification on. And some of them we think we know the answer. We just feel like from a rule perspective, if we could get documentation that'll assist us going forward. And some of them are recommendations. So one is that there seems to be, not confusion, but we want clarification on the top 10% entitlement needing a distinguished. We get that, but does that in any way impact how high schools rank? In that to be ranked in the top 10%, you need to be distinguished. We did a session with high school counselors at the regional forum last week, and it was one of their questions as well. We suspect the answer is no. Ranking is an independent action by the school. Higher ed will take into account, are you on the distinguished, and are you top 10% in awarding the entitlement admission. But as soon as, and we're going to pick on them, but as soon as UT denies somebody in the top 10% because they're not distinguished, they're going to need that rule in writing, or that policy in writing. That, that it's not the ranking, it's by being in the top 10% doesn't make you distinguished. I know that's a clarification that doesn't, it seems maybe obvious to us, but they feel they need that.
I was just going to say, it seems to me these students have not been given an opportunity to pursue distinguished prior to establishing their rank. So that in itself will be a problem. If we start denying a student who's top 10.
Well, that's true, but there's also this transition between advanced and recommended to the distinguished curriculum that we're going to have to.
So hopefully they would not choose to report on that new foundation pattern, but the old,
Yeah, so I think that's one. The other that is kind of a request, and we know this is a very lofty request, but that maybe the coordinating board with TEA could initiate some discussions about, could there possibly be some process? I mean, basically for public high schools, we've said if you graduate, you are college ready. Because every diploma track now meets the uniform admission policy. If we could have some way where private schools could get their graduation requirements certified as meeting UAP, because we're still having to ask every private school for the form. And so some way to ease the burden on the private schools from that standpoint of having to get that form on every student, if they could in some way have a process where they could be certified that their graduation requirements equal either any of the state's graduation programs or requirements, would be helpful, I think, for the private schools. And then one of the other recommendations is that because there is a lot of question about now each public higher ed will respond differently, and even our private schools are getting the same questions of, well, what does that mean for, you know, for your institution, et cetera. If Apply Texas would take the initiative to, and we proposed a format of answering 2 to 3 basic questions where all our institutions could answer, so they could see by comparison each institution in the state of Texas of how we're going to respond. Will you grant top 10% admission automatically beyond the entitlement? Because now you can substitute computer science and a number of other courses for foreign language. Will computer science meet your institutional's admissions foreign language requirement? No, you know, what diploma type, you know, will you require, or are you requiring specific courses for consideration? So just some 2 or 3 basic things that we could put on Apply Texas that counselors and students could do a comparison, because each high school is going to be reacting differently. We heard that in our session. And it would help try to organize some information out. There was also a recommendation, I think separately, but I think the subcommittee would definitely endorse it, is that maybe there needs to be some training webinars going on. I mean, the high school counselors that did the session at the forum did a good job, different size schools, each talking about how individual school districts are addressing this, to give some ideas. TEA did a good presentation, which is actually on their website, on all the substitutions. And I told them I thought higher ed was complicated, but they've now moved to the front of the list. So it is going to be interesting. We made some suggestions to high school counselors, because it appears that there'll be the possibility over time developing a lot more local courses that we as higher ed will not know what that means when we see it on a transcript. Because there's not this standard. We know what Algebra 2 means. When what does special topics mean? What, for that student, that high school, that maybe they need to add that to their high school profiles as a recommendation, because we're not going to be experts on every school district and what courses they've developed locally. And I think that could be a real challenge. Otherwise, I think higher ed will almost always assume the lowest common denominator, because we won't know any different. But trainings, webinars, and probably together, where it's higher ed, the high school side on how they're responding. The session seemed very well received.
Even as we speak, probably districts are finalizing a lot of their things, putting it on the web so that parents can understand, because if counselors are lost, students and parents are even more lost in this changeover to foundation and endorsements. And basically the students that are going to be top 10% are going to be asked to continue to take the additional math, the additional science. You know, the foundation is pretty much a very simplified, and it's not going to require that the students take so much math, and they are developing courses. Even, I forgot at the last financial aid meeting to ask our curriculum specialist, asked me, okay, do you know what the financial literacy is that now is going to be a requirement? Can we have this class, and what does it have to, incorporate? What can we incorporate? So districts are still, fending and trying to say to comply with the law. What has to be taught in this financial literacy, and so there's still a lot of the plans, but the really top students will continue to look for those challenging courses, the extra math, the extra science, and it will be required of them to be able to continue and get the endorsements and get credit for their AP or for their dual enrollment classes. And so, and of course, that won't begin until, actually, it begins with the freshmen of next year, but the students could opt to fall under that. So it would be nice to say, well, we don't have to worry about it for a while.
I'm already getting calls.
But it's not that way. The students can choose to go under that. And so there is still even finalizing our district was like, okay, well, let's see what, and like McAllen ISD already put it out there so the parents understand this is the requirement, this is the foundation, these are the endorsements, and this is what we're going to offer. And where I was comparing it to what we are, and it's pretty similar, but, it's
yeah.
a new
I mean,
ballgame
I heard
for
a number of schools, again, there was a fairly broad panel of high schools, talking about many of them wanting to maintain the 4x4 as students incoming and as a basis, and then work out of that from there. Two other issues that I think we may need to discuss that I don't know that are on the radar. Now that high schools are going to have to put every performance index, or I can't remember the exact word of, those are all going to have to be listed. Every endorsement that they might be on track for has to be listed. What's this going to do for TREX? And in the format that we're getting, it's going to have on some kids could have lots of pages. So it's going to have that issue. I'm also hearing from, and I've not heard anything. We brought it up back in November on our conference call with the coordinating board. But how does this affect Texas Grant and its awarding? And I don't think I've seen. Has anybody seen anything? And I can tell you I hear from financial aid folks, I don't think they've heard either.
It's a waiting game. We had a meeting last week. And so it's being looked at, but I think everyone's just stepping with caution right now, because until things are really, the dust settles and it's a little bit more transparent. Even when I said about the financial literacy, our district called TEA to see if they could get some guidance as to, they're putting things in place for next year. And they said, well, they didn't have an answer. So, you turn to the people that they're supposed to, you know what I'm saying? So everything is new, and it's really up to the district to develop, but the district doesn't want to develop something that doesn't meet the standard of the guidelines.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're all there. And I think right now, like a little of what we talked about, and some things have come out this week that things are moving a little, but we talked with the high school counselors of right now, what's safe when you're advising students, and what's safe is to stay with the recommended in 4x4. We know that still works with Texas Grant. We don't know how the others. So when you're advising your seniors, when you're advising that student that says, hey, I want to drop down or over to whatever, that we can, with some confidence, tell them, now that could have impact on, that could, and right now there's a lot of that uncertainty.
When we flipped over to the minimum recommended distinguished, because I think I was a counselor in the high school at that time, I remember that the district decided that the default would be recommended and distinguished for everyone. And then for minimum, you'd have to have a conference, and the parents would have to sign it. Everyone would know that if you're in the minimum, you could never get a Texas grant. We had to tell the parents the ramification of what that is. And I have a feeling that that's what's going to take place as we move to that, because there's always going to be the parents that if you just offer your kid the foundation and then they want something more, then they are in that track. And it's very hard to go back and say, okay, well, let me pick up some more math and some more, because then you're going to delay graduation. So I guess it's going to have to be clearly thought out. And I think that's more where everybody's at. If you agree with me, I wasn't at that counselor meeting.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the question is, what questions do we have as Apply Texas Higher Ed on where we feel like as institutions we could use some guidance, and I think we've addressed those. And then how can we help facilitate some concise level of message, because with the flexibility of the plans, which can be a real positive, comes the challenge of the messaging was very simple in the state. We learned that with Apply Texas. When we all say one app and go to Apply Texas to apply, that's an easy message. When we were able to say everybody take the recommended, that was an easy message. Now when we get back to this institution wants this, but it'll do this, and this is the nuance on this one, and this is that on each institution. How can we help facilitate the understanding of that, or at least how to grapple with that information for our users, both the counselors as well as the student?
That's a great report for this subcommittee, and to which I think that we need to continue this conversation, and this committee needs to stay active coming up into the end of this cycle. There's a couple of items there that I want to make sure that we echo in terms of conversation topics. The top 10% requirement for distinguished diploma type, and how we're going to look at that going forward. There's a sub-context of a question there about a student who's listed in a junior transcript of being distinguished and being considered in top 10, and whether or not they're going to be in the 7th and 8th semester of their senior year if they're going to meet that requirement.
We are seeing, I think, I've seen some challenges with school districts when they choose to update diploma types.
Right.
And so that when the students apply, they haven't updated where it's not always a real time. And so, and we, at this point, higher ed, I don't think we rarely question. If it's what's on the documentation, that's what we take, even though we can sometimes see that might be a real challenge. And so with more options and movement, I think there's some questions and some concerns about anybody being able to handle that workload and keep it all updated.
Yeah, my understanding is that schools hesitate to put the distinguished on there prior to them having achieved it. Mm-hmm. And so we see a lot of recommended when the student applies, and then when they graduate, we change that to distinguished. So that's a real concern if a school is hesitant to put distinguished, and that's what's required at maybe our institution to actually grant the top 10 admission. That's going to be a problem. It appears to be inconsistent amongst the schools, and I understand that,
Sure. Well, and vice versa, Michelle.
But,
it could be that they
say distinguished, and then they don't. Right. They don't achieve it. Yeah.
What happens in those cases is, for example, if they're going to use the AP, the scores are not available until the summer, or even the dual enrollment, if the grade hasn't been posted, even though they were sitting in a dual enrollment class, technically, do you have the credit awarded yet? And so the college is not going to award it at the same time, by graduation time. So that's what happens, even though they know the student is sitting there. And will they make the 3, 4, or 5? Who knows? Or will they make a 2? So That's the tricky part.
The other items on there, whether or not the coordinating board would be interested in certifying private high schools, that's an interesting question. So it's very much an interesting consideration. I'm not asking you to answer that right now.
Well,
You're welcome to.
I was going to make a comment on that one. I think on that one, I deal with uniform admission policy. And I think for the certification was meant for top 10% purposes. So I wasn't aware that the private institutions were certifying every student.
They have to, because, I mean, in the old or in the middle here of UAP said you had to meet recommended to be considered by higher ed. So if you are a private high school and you don't use those diploma tracks, then and distinguish it, some have, but many haven't, then they have to fill out the counselor form that says the student does indeed meet or it was beyond their control.
Okay.
And so we've been collecting it on every private school student applicant.
We actually look at their test score first.
Well,
if
yes.
their test score exempts them, then they don't have to provide the form. It's only if they don't meet the test score requirement.
That's true. I just don't
Okay.
think all high school, some of the schools are just doing it automatically.
Yeah.
I mean, and we were just trying to find, is there a way efficient, now that we've said basically, if you graduate from high school, from a public high school, you meet uniform admission policy. Then is there a way to have a private school have that ability to say, my graduation requirements meet the UAP?
For private schools to have a uniform diploma verification, essentially. So that's a very interesting topic and something we can definitely have conversations about.
I wanted to make a comment because I spent 7 years as guidance director of St. Joseph Academy, and so I have been in the private and the public sector. And in that particular school, all the students are required to take the 4 math, 4 science. Everything is rigor. But there are other private schools in Brownsville, and they are not accredited. St. Joseph Academy was once accredited somehow through TEA, and then they let go, and so then they had to go to another accreditation. But some of the private high schools in Brownsville are not accredited, so it's hard to know, and unless they provide that information. And I know St. Joseph Academy, the students don't have any problems in being recognized of the top 10%, but that doesn't hold true of the other. I think there's about 4 other high schools in Brownsville. Private.
We actually have recommended that the private schools put in their profile if they meet the recommended, that they're all of their students graduating. We see that quite often, and we will accept that. Or they will actually put that on their transcript. Is there anyone else have a problem with them doing that? Is that an issue for you?
No, I just thought it would be an independent certification type deal that says your graduation requirements meet one of these diploma types, therefore you are UAP certified. And then they just don't have to do it on every student from an efficiency standpoint.
Great comment. I also like the conversation about surveying institutions or providing information about institutions and what they're accepting for distinguished top 10, for example. I think that's good information for us to think about putting on the application just for students and counselors to see, even if it was just on the counselor portal. The training webinars, that's a wonderful recommendation. That may need to involve some other outside constituents. Yes, the variances on T-Rex will be interesting, as well as Texas Grant. So I think that's definitely something we need to look at going forward and schedule another meeting of this committee. Great. Any other comments, questions on House Bill 5? It's been an exciting year with House Bill 5, hasn't it? Okay.
We're having difficulty finding counselors that want to be high school counselors. Everyone wants to go to the middle school and elementary.
I have one in my house that says she will not be a middle school counselor.
We're looking at stipends. We are looking at...
After visiting with 8th graders last week about their career goals, she decided that middle school is not for her.
Yeah, and we're asking students even younger to make career choices when sometimes, freshmen and sophomores in college are still changing majors because they're not sure, but we're asking 8th graders to know what they need to do for the rest of their life. And in that track, you can't change a lot because then get behind. So very interesting.
Well, I shared with a couple of colleagues earlier that in the 3 classes that one of the high school counselors visited with the 8th graders in our district, they were more concerned about the layout and breakdown of lunch versus what they're going to do with their academic career, right? Yes, House Bill 5 is interesting, Ethan, yes.
It seems like just a week ago, was it just a week ago that we had a common nursing application meeting? And thanks to the coordinating board for bringing in such a large delegation of nursing school administration to talk about the processes and the possibilities of the common nursing application. So that was a very interesting meeting, and I would like to turn it over to that subcommittee.
Okay, and actually I'm going to do this chronologically and start out with our actual subcommittee meeting that we had on January 27th. And we met as a subcommittee to discuss potential issues with the implementation of a common nursing education application, and then to discuss the agenda for the stakeholder meeting. And so at that point, we talked a little bit about the stakeholder meeting. We knew that it was scheduled for February 24th, and there was also a grant out there for colleges to be able to attend the meeting. And Jose also informed us that he was collecting information from those institutions on their application and would have that information ready for the stakeholder meeting. As we talked about the agenda, actually, Stephanie had a great idea, and she suggested that we have a webinar prior to the stakeholder meeting so that the participants would have the opportunity to have a little understanding of the administrative suite in Applied Texas, and perhaps when they came to meet with us would have better questions or a better understanding of how the common application could impact them in a positive way. So that suggestion was moved forward, and Dr. Brace and Jose agreed that they would put that together, and indeed that was scheduled for February 17th, which was a week before the stakeholder meeting. Then as a group, I had posed to the group ahead of time to talk to their nursing programs and bring some ideas forward. So as a group, we kind of discussed some of the issues related to a common application. Some of the ideas that came up was having to require the Social Security number for the background check with the nursing program. We talked about some of the schools using the CAS online service. We talked about the fact that nursing program students have a 2-step application process. They have to apply to the college first and then to the nursing program. And so one is just because they get into the college does not mean that they are in the nursing program. And so then there was a discussion about why we were only doing the Common App for the nursing program and not some of the other health programs in the colleges, and discussions with problems with the current student management software, and the need to make sure that we had applications for the different nursing program tracks: RN, LVN, BSN, RN to BSN, and LVN to RN. So we did discuss also other issues where the common application might be useful, and that would be the ability to determine where slots were available, and the possibility of Applied Texas maybe creating a separate module to maintain the common nursing application and to avoid some of the software issues. And we talked about cost effectiveness and the need for marketing funds for the common nursing application. So we just talked a little bit about the functionality, and those issues were raised, and we did move forward, and from that meeting walk away with the understanding that we would have the webinar on the 17th and the stakeholder meeting on the 24th. The webinar was accomplished prior to the meeting, and so on the February 24th meeting, we had 44 representatives that did not include the Apply Texas members that were there, and there were 41 colleges that were represented in that program. We had, I think, Jose and his staff put together a very good agenda because it allowed for them to hear information and also to participate with us at all levels of the agenda. So there was a lot of opportunity for input from the group, and there was some group activities also designed that we could collect information from the group. As part of the discussion, they received an overview of the legislation from Jose. Then Sarah Weiner also provided them with an overview of the Apply Texas system. She walked them through the application and showed them the application, showed them where they could customize and where they could add different questions. Then Jose gave them a very good overview of the common elements that he found from the applications and of the application and of practices. He had a very good PowerPoint on that from the information that he had collected so that participants had an opportunity to see what were some of the common elements. And then he showed them an overview of a possible application so they'd get an idea of what that could look like. And there was a lot of questions. Then we had an activity where we were broken up into 4 groups, and one group talked about the impact on students with the application, the impact on faculty and administrative staff of a common application. Some possible common application elements was group 3, and then group 4 talked about cost and time issues. Some of the issues that were raised were some of the ones that the Apply Texas Subcommittee had raised even in their own meeting. The additional costs associated with implementation, costs for staff training, costs for revising recruiting and marketing materials, the ability to upload documents, and the ability to opt out of using the common application. So in terms of next steps and in their dialogue with us as subcommittee members, and Jose polled them about the need for an additional stakeholder meeting. And what they felt was that they wanted, before they could even make that determination, they really wanted some more information, some more answers to questions. And Jose did agree to put out an FAQ document that would address some of the questions that they had raised. And they talked about the possibility of, after that FAQ document was put out, that there would be some kind of electronic town hall meeting where they could respond to that. And then that based on that information, we would determine if there would be a second stakeholder meeting. We did share with the group that a recommendation about moving forward with the common application would have to be made by the full Apply Texas Advisory Committee to THECB by their July board meeting. So that would either be in our April meeting, or we could have a special call meeting if it was necessary prior to the July board meeting. So that's where we stand right now. I think it was a lot of good information, a lot of good dialogue that we heard from all of our participants that were here, and good information that was shared with them. So moving forward, we'll see how they respond to the information that Jose puts out there for them, and if we need to move forward with a second stakeholder meeting. I don't know if anybody wants to, there was several of you there, wants to add something that I might have missed, some key information, if Jose wants to expound on any of it.
Just a couple of things. On the town hall meeting, we're going to create the town hall meeting is almost like a private blog where anybody can just be invited to participate in the blog. That's how we're going to be putting the FAQ out there. We already have access to it. We already have the FAQ ready to go. We're just editing the FAQ and doing the last touches. So that's going to be out there next week. I know that most institutions have spring break next week, so more than likely we're not going to get any type of feedback for a couple of weeks. But at least those steps are going to be done next week. so that we can get that information out there and continue the conversation online.
I think that's it.
That was thank you. That's a very comprehensive report. I appreciate that. And the information is as intensive as that report is, in the sense that we had a lot of conversation. There was a lot of conversation from the constituents who were in participation for this stakeholders meeting, and so it is a interesting process moving forward, and how we'll be able to address legislative indications of what a common application needs to be, and whether or not we can provide that for these institutions. Hopefully, we will reach a consensus and see how that goes.
I guess I'm left with trying to figure out where we go from here exactly, because the mandate is to decide whether or not it is feasible for us to proceed, correct?
Yes. And there's no implementation timeline.
Yeah, and I guess where I am is, what mechanisms are we going to check off list that shows that it is feasible or it is not feasible? And I don't know that part of the conversation has ever been had, or at least that I understood. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I think after their feedback, we kind of went back and looked at, got their feedback from the cost perspective. Then we have to provide some type of cost to this project. And not just the cost of creating and maintaining and doing that, but the institutional costs. So one of the analysis was, if we mandated to institutions that are using CAS, which is a zero cost for the institution, then we have to factor that cost of the additional labor, the additional services that they would have to provide to themselves. So yeah, we are looking at those type of costs and kind of looking at it in a cost benefit analysis type of thing. But where we go from here, I think, is we're going to come up with some kind of document explaining our recommendation or our the subcommittee's recommendation, and then in turn those costs and analysis will have to be part of that recommendation, since the legislation specifically talks about the cost effectiveness.
And I guess another important point is that we were not given a timeline, so it's not as if we said we want to go forward that it would have to happen in the next year. I think that that's part of the consideration of this committee too. If we decide to go forward, that we certainly would have to work with Dr. Brace and his staff and determine, when would it be feasible to really go forward and produce a product that would be useful to the nursing education programs. As you know, because you were here at the meeting, there was a lot of talk about the type of functionality that they wanted, and certainly there was a lot of talk about having functionality that mirrored CAS, which I'm not sure is at all feasible, even though there could be some good functionality that was introduced. But I think that those are all factors that we would have to consider and that we would have to share with them as we move along, and to kind of create that understanding of what really is possible and what really is not possible, because there was a lot of dialogue around that.
Yeah, duplicating CAS, even though the majority of the state of Texas doesn't not use
right.
CAS. So, I guess part of what I'm asking and at least pointing to is where, this committee needs to be, it was weighing the pie in the sky right. Expectations and wants versus what is actually the role of the Apply Texas system. Mm-hmm. They were wanting evaluation. Well, we're an application. This is an application committee. It's not a admissions judge. Yeah, exactly. We would, if we can do it for our nursing programs, let's do it for everybody across the state and basically render the admissions decision. And I think that's where we need to temper and make sure that we're clear in what the feasibility is about. Is it about rendering the application process all the way to admission decision, or is it providing an application process that the individual institutions take on their own and finish on their own?
That's an excellent point, Trey. And one of the things that is going to come out of this conversation is, if we move forward with this application development, is there's definitely things that we can bring forward that may be to the benefit of our 2- and 4-year schools, that it comes from the development of this process. Elizabeth, thank you so much. I think that we need to schedule one more subcommittee meeting.
Yes, I think so,
prior
too.
to our next meeting, where we can evaluate what has happened with the town hall and the FAQ and what kind of activities go in place, and help with perhaps strategy going forward for coordinating board.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I missed, where's the FAQ going to be posted, or how's it going to be distributed?
It's going to be in a web blog type of thing, where we're going to post a question and answer, and then people will be able to comment on each FAQ, on each question.
Okay.
And everybody that attended will be invited to the blog.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah. And it's private. It's private, but at the same time, we'll make sure to tell them that, everything is public
Right.
information. So it's private to an extent.
Private participation, public information.
Exactly.
Good statement. Yeah.
Information on the scholarship application subcommittee.
Believe that is me. We did have a meeting about providing a common scholarship application. There was not a great deal of participation in the meeting, and most schools appear to be managing their scholarship app either independently or using what's provided by Apply Texas at this point. The main thing that feedback we got was that they wanted more opportunity for custom questions in the scholarship app portion, but not a lot of other information. So sorry that that discussion was begun when Cheryl was the chair, and I missed out on a lot of the discussion. So if anyone else knows anything, help me out.
Was there any feedback about? I think one of the items that the subcommittee was supposed to look at was creating a standalone application for students to come back after. Right now, it's just the application works only for students that are entering freshmen. It's not for sophomores, juniors, and seniors.
Right.
So we were looking at what type of feedback we would have, and then would people use it? We're not going to create something that, if people will not use it.
Right. I think it's most of the schools indicated that they have that taken care of on their own campus. So I couldn't get a good feel for whether they would use it or not. I know Texas A&M has a continuing student application that our financial aid and scholarship office manage and provide to students. And whether they would ask those students to then go back to Apply Texas, I got the feeling no, they would prefer not to. But I can certainly follow up on that if you want me to.
Yes.
And I just want to add, because whenever I was on this committee before, several years ago, I want to be a part of this still, and I was actually a co-chair, I think, whenever we did this in our first meeting, and since our hands have changed over, but I am actually on the committee now, so I will try and follow up with some community colleges like we've done before. I have some other emails for several years ago whenever we polled other schools, so I would like to revisit and re-meet, do another I think Cheryl did a great job in trying to get us coordinated. It just kind of, Carrie was on the committee and wasn't really aware that she was on the committee, so I think our participation will increase also. So if we could re-meet, that would be great. And then that way we could follow up with community colleges to get some feedback from them too, because whenever we visited this several years ago with Lois Hollis, who was on the coordinating board at that time, there was some sense of if it was a standalone application, we could see more use in it. So thank you.
I think initially I had brought up some concerns because I usually help students fill out this section and help them navigate through it. And some of them are just questions. Are you interested in this scholarship? Do you think you qualify? And then it takes you to another area if you need to do more. And when you get to the last area, which was like, for example, if what are your plans or what are your goals? And they don't allow for a lot. And in retrospect, in the discussion, I could see you would need additional people if it was longer. I couldn't see, like, out of 2 lines how you could actually adequately capture anything from this student, and so, I mean, it cuts you after like 2 little short lines. But in retrospect, I guess if you had a big paragraph in several, you would need people to read it, to analyze it, and so, but I just felt like I didn't know if it was shortchanging the student, but I would imagine that whoever looks at this looks at the overall and looks at them holistically anyways and sees everything else, whether they're SAT strong, whether their essays came across and really captured or painted a portrait of that student for you to recognize their talent. So I think that's what initially started these conversations, whether we needed a separate one that would really adequately be fair to the student in being awarded a $20,000 scholarship. Or I guess I was looking at the big ones, not just a small, scholarship amount. But I think we went back and forth in the discussions, and I know that Cheryl said that there had been a lot of thought in previous times when you had these discussions, and that currently that when it does take you to the section, if you are applying to A&M or UT, that those address the ones particular to that university. So I guess it would take a lot of work to revamp and redo it again.
I think it's very similar to the nursing conversation.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I think that's right to a certain extent. I think, and I'll ask David to jump in, and if I'm misrepresenting, because he's been with Apply Texas longer than I have, but I believe that the scholarship app was, rather narrowly defined to begin with in its use and its intention. And I think there's been an interest from some of the 2-year schools I know now to use it, and it might need some modification in order for it to be more widely used and more widely useful. And we'd need some help in moving forward with that.
Is the scholarship app not available for a community college currently?
I think it is. Don't we have someone? It is available, yeah. Okay. I think we had someone, at least one school, that was trying it out this year to see if it would work for them, but I don't remember who it was off the top of my head.
So perhaps we will have another subcommittee meeting on scholarship application, and perhaps we need to generate some more stakeholder participation, for sure, in consideration coming into April for this group, to talk a little bit more about standalone possibility.
Yeah, I'll get with Melinda and hopefully with her help, we will pull together another meeting and
fantastic.
Yeah, get some answers.
Well, and thank you, Michelle, for taking over from Cheryl's leadership. She did a great job, and you have made this transition seamless and very effective. So thank you so much. Speaking of, Cheryl, you want to talk about the graduate subcommittee, graduate application subcommittee?
Sure, that I know a little bit more about. There was some discussion about trying to get more schools in the state of Texas participating with the graduate common application. And so I attended a meeting along with Jose in San Antonio. It was a meeting of graduate deans. And they were actually not just from Texas, but we met with the Texas contingent that were at this meeting. And talking again, it has a lot of similarities, I must say, to the nursing app as well. Just discussing with them, one of the schools had recently transitioned to using the Common App and was not very happy with how that transition went. And some of the issue for that school had to do with them just really not understanding their options in terms of the modules and what they could control and what they couldn't control. And so they, after they started, got some help with that. But again, it appears that the graduate schools, a lot of them are using third-party vendors for their application, which costs them nothing, very similar to nursing CAS and the medical school applications. And they basically, they appeared to want more functionality as well. One of the huge concerns for them is the ability to upload documents, the ability to provide letters of rec and letters of rec notifications along with that application. And so we are planning to kind of query those schools and let them know what questions are currently being asked on our grad app, kind of to try to see if we can develop an application that would meet their needs in terms of them being able to control a little bit of what's asked, give them opportunity for more shoebox questions if that's appropriate. But Tim and I are going to work together along with Jose and to send out a kind of a survey to the grad deans, letting them know what modules are currently on the app, what the questions are amongst those modules, and get their feedback as to whether they think that question, if they would use the question, yes, it's one that they think is critical. No, they would not use the question. They don't want it at all, or maybe. And see if we can find some common ground on that. Again, that doesn't address necessarily their need for additional functionality, which a third-party vendor, provides and has not been the focus of Apply Texas. We are an application service, not a decision and enrollment management service. So
it appears that the upload features a common theme, among the requests from expanding to having, whether it's the scholarship or the grad or the nursing program, that people want to have that upload feature where they can probably upload some of their documents.
Yeah, I certainly think that that's something we might want to consider is, rather than every school developing, and that was one thing that they said, is that every college is having to develop a means of allowing students to upload their documents independently. And the question is, could we do that more efficiently, economically, if we did it through a statewide organization as opposed to each trying to make that happen on our own? Plus, that provides some benefit to the student, because then the student is not having to go to 6 different sites and upload the same document. Now, of course, in terms of freshmen, if we get TREX going, that will satisfy a lot of that issue potentially, because that is the transcript is the one thing that they most often want to upload. But there's immunization documents. There's a lot of, I think it would be worth looking at that if that's a feature that could be offered to students.
Do you get a sense that there would be consensus, or the consensus could be reached on a graduate application, the application itself, setting aside for a moment the doc upload, which has come up before and would be a wonderful thing to add for various reasons. But is there enough? Are grad schools so diverse in the kind of questions they would ask and the kind of information they want that coming up with an app that would work for all the graduate schools would be much more difficult than what we've done for undergraduate schools and for two-year colleges?
I don't think so. I think that they do have a lot of commonality, very much like I know Texas A&M uses the grad app, and it works for us. Especially, the differences have to do more with the majors and the colleges that they're applying to, and it appears we've been able to handle that using the major-specific questions and the college-specific questions or opportunity to provide information at that level. So it seems it would work. The biggest concern is really not the app itself. The biggest concern is the functionality that goes along with that. And it would be a hard sell. Nursing CAS is a great example. Our nursing school uses Nursing CAS. And for me to sell a common app would be tough because Nursing CAS not only provides an application service, but they also collect the transcripts from students. They verify that the transcripts are official. They actually do all of the processing of those transcripts. So a lot of graduate schools and a lot of the professional schools, they do not have processing staff. They have more administrative staff who want to see a final product. Another thing that they appear to be providing, and I only know this because currently Texas A&M's Health Science Center has come back under the umbrella of Texas A&M. So we have a lot of conversations that this is crossing over where we're trying to get them back into our main database. And how we do that is how they function is different than how the undergraduate and the graduate community is functioning. But they don't have processing staff. They have administrative staff that what they get from Nursing CAS is one big PDF which combines all of the information that Nursing CAS has collected from a student, and they provide it in a PDF to our nursing administration, and it's convenient. They don't have to open 6 different transcripts. It is all organized and provided to them in one big document. And we do have some different departments on our campus, some graduate departments now asking us to provide that same type of document, which appears to be pretty common from third-party providers. This kind of piggybacks a little bit of, we've had some issue with trying to accept transcripts from third-party providers for high schools. Some of the Naviance, DocuFi, which I think is the same thing, but some of those providers, it's not that they're providing a means of the student getting the transcript to us. Those providers are also providing this kind of functionality to the student where the student can upload all their letters of rec once. And then they can upload, all kinds of other things, maybe an immunization document, and their high school counselor can provide the transcript there. And then the student can control, what schools those documents are sent to. And so, although we hate to be the one who says, no, we can't manage that, we can't accept things from a third-party vendor at this point. It would be really nice if we begin to look at what is it that's being provided that makes that worthwhile, and can we maybe provide that as a service to the student.
I think there'll be continuing conversation needs to go on this. I think there's a dance to be that we are always dancing, which is kind of like how far do we want to go in that direction? There's a benefit because sometimes you add functionality that then can come downstream and help other processes as well. Doc Upload is a good example, but there's also significant investment to get that going, and is that and time in terms of the developer time, and is how do you reach that balance? And that's what y'all are here for. But and I certainly at UT Austin we have the same thing. We have pharmacy has their own application, and business has their own application, and some of those are multi-state, but they do provide those processes of upload, and also the ability to send it to various schools, and we provide some of that here in Apply Texas, where you can apply to various schools easily, within Apply Texas, and that's a benefit that for many schools. But I think if we talk about, I think what I'd like to know is more specifics about in this vein of what would it take, what would they want that it's not already there in Apply Texas, and how would we move forward in getting that, and within the context of all the other applications that we provide for all the other schools, and how do we work that in? That's what the committee would have to decide. But I'd certainly be interested in continuing the conversation about it in specifics.
I guess now I would reference my remarks earlier, and I think this is historical a little bit, because I'm not, way back in the day when the committee was actually and the application was actually formed. What is our purview? I'm all for, let me preface what I'm about to say, that I'm all for making things, one, easier ultimately for the student, which means ultimately easier for our staffs to render decisions to get the best possible class or students into the programs that they're wanting, whether it be graduate, whether it be nursing, whether it be just at Blaine College. But what is our purview? And I think that would revert back to whatever we need to take a look at the legislation that created Apply Texas to say where is that line? Where do we stop? Where is too far that we're way past trying to create things? Obviously, in the sense of trying to make things easier for our students and best for our students, but I don't. I would caution us a little bit of we may be trying to do too much past what an application is, and are we into the admissions process now?
I think with the statute, that just gives you the minimum requirement. The statute doesn't even mention anything about graduate applications or anything. It's just undergraduate. Now, I think the upload feature would benefit the 4-year institutions instead of 2 years, because there's with the letters of recommendation and other documents that 4-year institutions have to get or have to collect to make the decision. So I don't think adding that feature would take away from the institutions, or it's still going to be collecting and providing that full application for that student. So, but yeah, I do agree. We just have to be careful, especially with costs, and in how to look at the costs, and if this feature is going to be used primarily for 4-year institutions, we just have to be very aware of that.
Well, and I've seen, what we've talked about today so far are nursing and scholarship and graduate. Well, obviously in a graduate setting, that is no benefit to the 2-year college. Yeah. However, we are talking about uploading documents for scholarship and for the nursing programs. Well, that is a benefit to the 2-year college, especially when you're running multiple programs such as an LVN, an RN, and a CNA, and on and on and on. So that would be beneficial. So I would love all this. I mean, my staff's, I can tell you from just a processing part, our nursing staff is all for this process if we can get it going. They're full in. So cost needs to be weighed, but at the same time, make sure that we're not crossing into territory that we can't get back from if we're not supposed to be there.
Thank you for that conversation and comments. Michelle, let's look at doing this query. I think that this would be a very important part to the continuation of this conversation. And so definitely we'll have the subcommittee work on putting that together, and we'll put that out under Jose's name for the weight that he can throw around.
Absolutely.
And then,
I'm all for that.
and we can go forward. And to kind of address some of the conversations we're having, Tim, with you and your staff, is we'll see what we have for a timeline and see what we have left over for development, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
For sure. I think that that's really good. There's a lot of similarities in these conversations, nursing, scholarship, graduate, but there's definitely a lot that would improve upon our already successful and fantastic Apply Texas application. So let's meet. Let's have another meeting. Let's have another subcommittee meeting. Who thought of these subcommittee meetings, by the way? Is this somebody's good idea? I'm sure.
It was Jeff Fuller from Houston, from the University of Houston.
I open up to you the opportunity. Would you like to have a break, or would you like to continue? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more subcommittee reports. All right, carrying on. Fantastic. Conversation about counselor suite.
Okay, this one might go pretty quickly. So we had one conference call and then did everything else by email. We came up with a list of things we'd like to see possibly built into the counselor suite. We prioritized them, and I would like to submit them as a whole for Tim and them to give us price estimates when we get to that part, and we can work that into the whole, what are the priorities of the year. Overall, I mean, and great suggestions. I think we settled on one thing, that there's a number of things we can do to enhance the counselor suite that luckily don't require a whole lot of Tim and that kind of time. We think our real issue is marketing. And getting more high school counselors to use it. In the state, we had basically 3,800 users. Of those, 363 weren't active, and 1,700 almost never logged on. So really, there's no one, there's a few great people in there using it and getting a lot out of it. We've got to go spread the gospel. And don't feel lonely. Most of us don't have, you couldn't have access if you wanted it. I can give you fake screens. But okay, so basically the counselor suite, and Pilar will help me and Tim will as well, is an area where a high school counselor can go in and see where their students have applied. And so that, again, they can help them with the whole process of applying to college. You know, geez, I didn't know you filled in an app there. Let's talk about, would you like a transcription? Those kinds of things. I mean, and because it is, access is granted through the
Region 1.
Yeah, the regions. TA regions. We wouldn't have access because obviously we don't have the educational purpose in knowing where every student applied. So that was a challenge from this committee, holding a subcommittee meeting of something that we couldn't see. Haven't ever been in there, haven't seen it, etc. So Jose and Tim worked where they gave us some screenshots and where we could go in and get a feel for, you know, a test place to go in and look and see. But we in different regions, I mean, basically Houston has really taken off and done some work and gotten some, you know, counselors into the suite. We would like to put on the agenda for the next year that we possibly do some webinars, that we try to do sessions with our members at TACAC and possibly at TAC. I mean, so that they're spreading the word and how to use it and how they've used it to benefit and, support their whole initiatives for college going rates. No. Claire.
Let me go real simple. You go to the Apply Texas portal, and at the very top, it says Counselor Sign In. And so the counselor can click there. In our district, because I'm the college counselor for the school district, I have district access, and I can see all of the schools. And at the beginning of the school, I ask the principal, who on your campus would you like them to have access? And it's usually the counselors, but sometimes the principals, they want to see their school. In our district, it has created a contest beyond anything I could describe here. So they go ahead and click on there, and it'll take you, and it says, what you could view, the Apply Texas. And thanks to Jose and his hard work last year, we're now able to see FAFSA information and Apply Texas information. So the actual individual campus could click, view, and then they can go ahead and see a list of the students. And on the Apply Texas, it'll tell them if they've sent the application, and you can actually look at the different schools that they have applied to. And so any campus could get a directory of their seniors and take a look at the director of seniors and compare to who has applied, so they could go back, and especially those campuses that have AmeriCorps mentors. We have Advise Texas College advisors. We now have a college counselor at each of our high schools, could actually go back and find out the students that haven't applied in admissions and then in financial aid. So you could increase your numbers beyond any scope that I could actually, again, describe. And for us, I know that I blew this up right here if you go to our website, these are reports that I create, and you could see last year we had 100% of our students apply through the Apply Texas portal. And we were up to one, and it creates a contest because no principal wants her school to be in the last place. And so then in the FAFSA, we were able, the previous years before we had the FAFSA, the counselor suite that we can see the FAFSAs, we had probably about 56 to 60% of our students completed a FAFSA. Last year, when campus got to 82, that was the one that got to 100 first, and everybody wanted to be like that school. And the rest of them we had a 76, I believe, mean average score for the entire district. So you can see that the information, providing the information where we can take our students to. I wish we could say we had 100% in FAFSA. And we're shooting for that this year. I know because I've lived in the world of financial aid since 1984, and I know that is probably an impossible task, but nonetheless, it's something that we are shooting for. But the information that through this counselor suite is invaluable. It's just that a lot of people don't know how it can truly help them to create, that's what our title is, create a college-going culture. That's everything about creating a college-going culture. And I think that's where the downfall is. Also, the report, I just barely learned, because I didn't bug Jose enough to find out, because if you print it, and I think we've had this discussion at this meeting before, and it'll print me like the name 5 times because it's going to tell me all the different schools, and then just sorting, and then, I tell them they pay me for the college information I know, not that I'm a tech in any sense of the word, but I finally was able to, pull that out, because in the mixture, you're going to have sophomores and juniors that are also using that app, and to be able to filter to create a truly, cleaner data to be able to say these are how many seniors. And so it's kind of, that also might be daunting to some people, because you have to print every page to be able to, these are just things that
and things we recommended. We've got to get almost a true user group, which isn't us. together for it, but we can facilitate that. We definitely can send the message. We talked about taking some of the training that they've done before, update it, and keep it as a tutorial on the website, because you don't use it often enough that it's something you do every day. So you got to remind yourself, and we haven't had those tools out there, but we've got them. We've got the people. Obviously, you've heard one of the better testimonials there is. I mean, we can get out there and do the presentation tour. And that's just some of the things. I joked that I think we should do some awards that come with money, Jose.
It's very similar to Naviance.
Yes.
You can upload documents.
Yeah.
The problem is Naviance has a fee to it, right, for the users, and the Applied Texas Counselor Suite has no fee to it. And so a lot of the districts, I mean, with budgets, it's not. So it is a really good tool. It's just.
Yeah, but that's a
good point. I mean, maybe, like you're saying, maybe we can collect the counselor name, email. I don't know if
to be associated by high school.
Yeah, one way or another. I don't know if students know their counselor's email address. They all seem to know what they're, I think that's an awesome idea.
Yeah, I can mine it too.
Sorry, Stephanie. Is there like a video out there now, because
that's what we talk about, the tutorials and the webinars the tutorials and the webinar. So we can, again, yes, there's the hands-on tutorial, and then there should be the testimonials with, more video, and we just have to market it. And that's what we do. We can do that.
Yeah. Because I know in Texarkana we do like a high school preview day, and that could be one of the things that we have next year in the fall to kind of teach the counselors in the area or in our county.
We've done this before on other things where if we can develop the collateral, almost all of us do counselor updates. And so if all of us add that to a portion of our counselor updates, we'll hit a huge portion of the students. One of the main recommendations, just so everybody knows, was that while we get the FAFSA information, we're not currently getting the TASFA. So finding a way to get that TASFA information into this suite as well. And I believe that those discussions are happening. So that was other than marketing and adding bubbles over, aspects of it, so you can at least, what does that mean? And creating a reporting suite. So, I mean, everything very doable. Again, we just got to market it.
I wanted to make another comment on the TASFA. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge because I know, like at UTB, they have designed their own and will not accept the one by TG. And then some universities accept the one by TG. And then some universities or colleges or technical colleges want a paper FAFSA, like an actual FAFSA, but a paper and not a TASFA. They will not accept a TASFA. So it's a little bit of a challenge because each financial aid office has their own, what they will accept and what they won't. I wish everyone took the TG and it would be easy, but.
I mean, even if there were just one single TASFA that was accepted by all institutions, then it's still accepted at the institution level, at the college level. So seems like a pretty ambitious goal to have the TASFA information included as well. Because how would you get that from the hundreds of schools?
Well, no. It wouldn't be what's in financial aid. So what does TG, who have they submitted TASFA apps to institutions for?
It's just an app that's used by the institutions.
Just print it out.
It's not centralized at TG. They just create it, make it available, and then the schools use it at their local institution. But it's not centralized or submitted in some central database.
With the coordinating board and TG, we're actually in discussions of creating an online application for
it's
TASFA.
online then.
Because right now there's not that site or whatever. But at the same time, it would not just give us information about students, and then we'll provide a full picture of a high school's financial aid, or who's actually submitting Texas or federal financial aid forms. But it would also decrease the make it more efficient on the institution on getting the information electronically, because right now I think UT Brownsville, I think, is the one that was mentioning that they have to hand enter all that information. Right now everything is hand entered.
I mean,
yeah.
It's a paper application, so everybody would have to manually
So
enter
even if they're doing the task, the FAFSA on paper, it's still hand entered. So that might be a marketing tool to get those institutions that are using their own application or using the system to accept the online TASFA once it's approved.
The UTB, their TASFA looks exactly like TG's, except they've put the UTB thing at the top, but they won't accept the TG one, and then TSTC wants, UT Pan American, they want the paper FAFSA, not a TASFA. And so the poor kid is having to do, okay, I have to do this one for this one, and this one for this one, and this one for this one. If they apply locally, they're doing 3 different types. That's just locally if you don't go anywhere else. So it's hard for the student. That would be awesome, what you're saying.
So a lot of good low-hanging fruit, and also a way to promote, Apply Texas.
Exactly.
I think that's right. And speaking for the Apply Texas team, I think we see the Counselor Suite becoming more of a central tool in this effort to get more people to apply to college and more people to apply for financial aid. And as has been mentioned, we have the FAFSA data in there now. And we would certainly be willing to help any way we can in getting the word out. One of the things we notice is because we have our users group, our conference in the summer, we don't get high attendance from counselors, and so it's kind of an opportunity missed. So we've got to find other ways to present to them in settings where they will be there.
Counselors don't usually have budgets to travel very much, and so it's really hard for them to be able to come to a conference. I think in our district they get a couple of $100, and they actually have to attend kind of something local, because if you go out of town and by the time you pay, hotel and conference, and I would imagine that's pretty much in a lot of districts, and so it becomes difficult. So almost like you have to get to them.
I think we have lots of ideas, whether it's our updates from all our institutions to spread the word. My guess is we have SAT College Board does counselor workshops that usually the school provides a lunch and we could have an hour afterwards. I think there's a lot of ways, you still hit some of the set ones such as TACAC, and I've never been to TAC, but that should be an option. So I think we can get some things out there fairly easy and start spreading the word.
Great. Any other questions, comments on the Counselor Suite? Thank you, Stephanie. Unless you think that committee needs to have another meeting, I think it's just we'll look at the submission requests. And then the comment that you made about a tutorial or a webinar of some sort that we could package and then perhaps shop around for various constituencies of counselors when we meet with them, I think would be a great asset for this piece. On that note, I think that I'm going to be at TACAC and provide an Apply Texas update, and I'll be sure to mention it.
And just to throw in this, we would certainly be willing to, or interested in discussing any way of beefing up help. We try to do that a little bit as we can. There's obviously sometimes costs involved in putting together online videos or whatever, but we know that's an area where we could do a better job of providing online help for people, and perhaps videos and tutorials, and we'd still be interested in in further discussions about that, how to do that in a way that's cost effective and also effective.
Combining application types subcommittee. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. I'm doing that report for Jeannie because she couldn't be here today, so I'm actually going to read it. It's brief. The subcommittee was tasked in 2012-2013 with creating a question to identify dual credit applicants. This task was completed and added to the application last year. The 2013-2014 subcommittee reviewed the question and after discussing is proposing the question be simplified to, will you be taking courses at this institution prior to your high school graduation? The Applied Texas IT team will send an email to all the current institutions using the dual credit question with the proposed change and request feedback. If there are no concerns, the proposed question change will be implemented in the 2014-2015 application. Although this change would complete the scope of the subcommittee's work, we would like to propose reviewing the feasibility of making the application process more intuitive, resulting in only one application start point versus a graduate transfer freshman and international applications for each. In an effort to create a starting point for next year's subcommittee, the Applied Texas IT team will resurrect a decision tree they previously created and a list of the common and uncommon questions across all application types. This information will be shared at the April Applied Texas Committee meeting, where for continuity purposes, initial subcommittee members will be identified for the 2014-2015. These members, along with this year's subcommittee members, will present this information at the annual Applied Texas meeting in June. That's submitted by Jeannie.
Can you repeat that dual credit question that's being recommended?
Yes.
Please.
Will you be taking courses at this institution prior to your high school graduation?
I think that was there was a sense that what was up there before was a little complicated.
Yes.
And that some of the terms used might not be universally used. So there was just an effort to just kind of say as simple as possible. And I think, where are we, David, on that? I know we've looked at that. That's not in...
Right. We said we were going to move it up.
With the other things, yeah. I think, did we take the step of sending it out? I don't remember whether the help desk remembered to send it out for feedback. I remember I noticed you mentioned that, and I don't know whether we did that step. We sent it to each other. I don't know.
I haven't gotten anything.
Okay, we probably should do that before we move it up. But it is a fairly simple change, and. But I think I'll write down that we should canvass the community as to whether that's okay to make that change. But it reduced a couple of paragraphs down to one sentence, and which was nice.
So it was a lengthy discussion and wordsmithing that went on to get to this question.
As we move to more early college high schools and more students taking dual enrollment classes, it is confusing for them because they don't know that, okay, dual enrollment classes I did before high school. I'm just still going to be a freshman if I had 12 or 18 hours because, okay, I was taking it with Texas Southmost College or UT Pan Am. Am I really a college student? It's still not sometimes very clear to the student. And so anything that could help them in filling it out better would be great.
So that's an actionable item that we're taking from that committee report about
That is
changing that item. We can either vote on that now, or we can table that and have that vote in our April meeting with the remainder of the selective choices for changes. Okay, so I will entertain either a motion or a recommendation to table that.
So moved.
Which one?
Table.
Okay.
A second.
All right. Any objection? Thank you.
I have a question. If there's one other idea to throw out that we may want to consider just slightly on the application is I'm seeing a number of students no longer filling out their senior courses, and they're not also on the high school transcript. Right now, because of the 4x4, I can assume, there is a science. There is a fourth science. There is this science. So I don't know if we can put a checks where if you say you haven't graduated, your date of graduation is in the future, we force them to fill out something on their senior courses.
Does it currently say required by it? I don't remember.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm getting a lot of blanks.
They think that because you're going to see the transcript, you should see what they have, but they're not put in till much later in the spring semester or in February till they recalibrate, and the GPAs, and they double check the GPAs that are often in the new system.
Yeah.
With errors.
So I'm just getting where a number of students, I don't know what they're taking their senior year. Right now I can make assumptions.
Maybe. I don't know if it says required.
In the future, I'm not going to be able to, and so I'll have more students who are in an incomplete status while I'm asking for senior courses. I think there could be a way based on the graduation date, because if you haven't graduated yet, you can assume you're taking classes.
Well, that, or you can actually do a dynamic question where, are you currently a senior? And if it's a yes, then you have to answer that question. If it's no, you don't even have to look at it.
Yeah. So just something I think we may have future challenges.
Yeah.
It sounds just kind of like just a little audit that we could do. We just need some specifics, but it sounds doable. The other thing mentioned on the combining app types, which has come up before, is an attempt to try to see whether we could come up with kind of a front page, as it were, and it was specifically asked that we come up, and I think one of the members of the team had kind of taken a first run at that, is kind of answer these questions, and in the end you'll end up in the right app. And I think we would be interested in pursuing that, and that, I think in your report it suggested that be taken up, for possible introduction next year, if a consensus could be reached on what kind of questions and how it would work. We've taken a first run at it, and we'd be willing to present that. As you can see with the dual credit, sometimes you're taking a chance that they're going to answer the questions correctly to get to the right app, as opposed to right now choosing the right app. If you do it right, it does end up with everyone going to the right app, but it could also create some havoc if they don't know the answer to some of the questions and answer it wrong along the way.
One of the things we've had challenges in the past, so this is going back old history, when we tried to, even in the instructions, come up with, and here's the one where we had the most challenge. So for four-year schools, a transfer student who has less than 30 hours, do you want the freshman app or the transfer app? And there wasn't any consensus. And so we couldn't even come up with a definition of a transfer student consistently among our group. If we can't define it, you can't program it.
Right.
So that's where we really got stuck, because we're all defining that slightly different on what we want from particularly that one population. So think about the other one, and this may be a four-year. I know there's some in four-year, between your non-degrees or certification students and whether they're handled by grad or undergrad. Yeah, okay, I haven't got it all straight on my campus either. So.
Well, one of the things we talked about on the team was, is there a way to tighten up some audits on our end? Perhaps we don't move forward with some sort of a consensus over these kinds of questions that would work for all of our institutions. Is there a way for us to kind of look at our audits and say, how could we possibly, can we know that someone's in the wrong app?
Yeah.
And we already have some audits that do that, but maybe with some help from the committee and there might be consensus that everyone would agree that if you're in this app, but from the information we already know about you, we can all agree that that's not the right app for them, that we could approach it that way, and that would at least help in cutting down the number of people who end up in the wrong app.
I agree. I mean, one of the things we face, and it is a nightmare, is these freshmen providing a spring application, which the application, the entry date to the university is prior to their high school graduation. Mm-hmm. And just having to communicate with them, refund the fee, it creates all kinds of problems for us. So if we can audit the graduation date, and at that, when they enter that, say, hey, you are currently filling out an application that would require enrollment prior to your graduation. Is that really what you intend to do? It would help us tremendously.
That's a good point. Is there's the audits that stop you, and then there's the audits that kind of remind you this is what we think about. This is who we think you are, and why we think you're here. Is this right? Because of something you just entered. And I think there's some room for adding those kinds of things to the app behind the scenes.
And let me be real clear. I think I'm all for, I love that idea. And I'm even willing to come back to the table on the discussion of what is a transfer, that we can eventually get there as a group possibly. It's the same discussion when you asked how different are all the grad apps. Everybody wants to feel special. And I'm different. How many times has one of your colleges said that? Or one of your departments? No, but we're different. Now, really, we're a lot alike, and we can find ways to express your differences, but still be on the Common App.
Okay.
Well, I'd just like to say that as a 2-year college, we're encouraging students not to fill out the 4-year college application, just fill out the 2, and they don't have this problem.
Problem solved. So noted. Other conversation. That's a very good point. Thank you for the report and for that subcommittee's work. And so we'll talk about the simplification of the question about dual credit at our last meeting prior to the membership conference.
And I think it'll be in the meeting, but I think that would be a question after the subgroup approves exactly what they want, that the whole group see that one ahead of time so we can vet it on our campus among our staff prior to coming to be able to vote on it.
Yes. And also a reinstitution of that subcommittee to talk through the resurrection of the conversation for the decision tree, the piece that you were referring to, Tim, and the self-guided or self-determining application. So that's a great conversation. And then the question about the auditable question for senior transcripts, something we might want to try to include in this year's conversation for updates. Okay, did I capture that correctly? Let's talk about FAFSA integration. Well, Michelle had been working on that for Cheryl and had a conversation with our friends in Florida, and I think you still haven't heard anything back from them, have you?
That was test score integration.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I didn't react.
I don't know why. I apologize.
Yes, I cannot get a response from
both
from Florida. There seemed to be an indication that Florida had some program worked out with the testing agencies whereby a student could request their scores at the time of application. Somehow those scores could be sent along with their application. It was integrated. But we've found no documentation of that in searching the web. And the gentleman whose contact I have, I simply have not been successful at getting him to respond. I'm sure he's very busy at this time of the year, so I don't know anymore.
Must be exceptionally busy in Florida.
Yes.
Okay.
We have had, on our campus, we had a conversation with the College Board representative, and I did broach him with that question. One of the things, it had to do, we were talking about the fee waivers that they were providing, et cetera, and at the very least, I did ask him about whether or not College Board would agree to allow a student who has a fee waiver or qualifies for a fee waiver to provide their scores at any time to any institution. Because currently, I believe the way that works is the student can choose 4 institutions to which they can provide their scores. If they happen to take the test and a lot of them think, I want to see how I do first before I'm going to elect to send these scores to a school. Well, then by the time they get their scores, those free score reports are gone because there's a 30-day limit on requesting those free score reports. And so I asked him, what about making it available for a student who is on free and reduced lunch or has need, that they can provide their scores free anytime. And he was willing to consider that. So that may be one baby step toward making score reporting a little easier, especially for the students who are first generation and potentially low income. So
I agree with Michelle, because sometimes a lot of students, they wait because they want to see if they better the score, and then they don't have the money for the additional score reports to be sent, and consequently it could hurt them in the admissions process. And I think at one point in time we had the discussion of that if the student on the actual application would say, I release, or I give the permission to release for College Board for Applied Texas to be the holder of my scores. And the only thing, my only question right now is, would the colleges accept that? I mean, if that were to happen, would they accept it from Applied Texas as that is official versus the student having to go ahead and send it within the time frame they have to? I don't know. I guess we would agree to that.
I think most schools would accept it. Again, it's kind of that. If you look at it from a business standpoint, certainly this is an income producer for SAT, for College Board, for them students to pay to have their scores sent. However, my negotiation with him had to do with the fact that, they are asking us to accept their fee waiver, which means that we are foregoing some income on our side. And I said, how about you partner with us and you agree to forego some income on your side as well, with respect to those test scores? Because I know for us, and it typically is freshmen, but for us, that is the one thing that students are scrambling to provide at the last minute. And if we have a lot of files that remain incomplete at deadline because they simply could not get their score to us from the testing agency. So that's kind of another conversation, but it would be beneficial, I think, to all universities if we could at least negotiate that with them.
If memory serves correct, Jeff Fuller played a major role in this. I think we just have to bring him back on in the discussion, because it may be time to pick it back up. College Board has had some leadership changes. It's probably just time to renew the conversation with them as a group. And I like the leveraging on the fee waiver. Y'all don't want me on that topic.
Well, if they, my feeling was if they're not willing, if they can't go so far as to provide all scores, because if we ask them to provide those to Apply Texas, then there is no more sending of scores for a payment. They will lose a lot of income, I suspect, in that. So if we ask them to do that, that's one thing. But if they're unwilling, to do that from a business standpoint, I certainly understand that, then at the very least, maybe we can get them to move our direction on those low-income students.
I guess one of the things on that, your negotiation tactic would be that we could flag those students if they send the information to us, that we can flag those students in our system so that whenever the application goes out there, you'll automatically know that they use a fee waiver for the test. So at that point, there's no need for additional documentation for the counselor to sign off on that fee waiver.
have College Board tell you who used a fee waiver? You flag them based on a...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be...
that would save a lot of documentation that...
It would save a whole lot, because right now we're trying to figure out, they are providing 4 fee waiver requests directly to the student now. And part of our conversation had to do with that we did not accept those this year because we had no understanding of who they were providing those to. We did not get the email that explained what their new campaign was. And so for us, it just looked like, all we had was a student's name, and it looked legit, but we had no idea whether the student was on free and reduced lunch or whether this was just a campaign for high achieving students. We didn't know anything about it, so we said no this year. And that got their attention. And so when they came and talked to us about it, we now realize that they are providing the 4 fee waivers to students who have used a test fee waiver. So they are validating on their side. And they have also added a watermark to that document so that the document cannot be copied easily by other students. The fact that they've added the watermark means now that we may have to go back and require the original so we can see the watermark, whereas this year we were allowing a student to upload the document when it was the document that had the counselor's signature as well. So we had some verification, but they do have a list of students and they know who are using the fee waivers, so that would be, if they could be tagged in Apply Texas, that would save a lot of processing time. We could even, our institution would be able to electronically identify them and apply the fee waiver when we load the app.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of discussions right now going on. College Board is looking to be more efficient. In fact, in the fact that looking at, you used to have to apply for a waiver for AP versus for SAT, et cetera. So they seem to be extremely open to the conversation. My soapbox is the whole how you grant fee waivers, determining eligibility. They're willing to look at that. So I think they've opened the box on that aspect of things, and so they're willing to look and talk about things while they're in there looking at the box. So it's perfect timing to broaden and initiate these discussions even more. So I think there's definitely this is the time. So we'll see. I've asked to be included on some of the particularly the fee waiver aspect of things. So hopefully, if I am, I'll definitely bring in the group and bring in anything from this area.
Is this gentleman's name that we've been talking to is Robert
Ojeda?
Ojeda. Is he the rep for most of the schools, or? Okay.
Yeah, he's not. So there's 2 higher ed reps. For the Southwest region. Okay. So he's not mine, but Ojeda came up in the business, so we're friends.
Ismael's the other one, Rodriguez, for us, for our region.
Who?
Ismael Rodriguez.
Yeah, but you're talking high school, and by the way, we have a College Board rep in the room.
I was going to say he's sitting out there.
Good.
I'm getting texts. That's how I can fill you in. Ishmael's here working on his practicum for his master's, so reporting on how this works at the state level. He's your high school rep on the high school side. So, Christine? Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is Robert is very interested in meeting about this, and so I
think Jason is too. I have
no
the
problem
lead,
including other people in that meeting.
Yeah, as y'all know, I've been pushing the discussion of eligibility for fee waivers for the last year and a half. That we've got to look at it. Probably this whole group probably doesn't want to have to hear me on my soapbox for that. For lunch, if you're bored.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea to just have him and that be part of your subcommittee meeting. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Our district, 95% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and so those waivers are lifesavers for our students and pretty much for a lot of districts, I would imagine.
Yeah, okay, I can't not say something. So I totally agree, and please, please, please understand, I am 150% committed to the fee waiver program. What the challenge is we have been using free and reduced lunch as a proxy, and free and reduced lunch is doing things that they should do for their program that may not make it a good proxy for application fee waivers. I mean, when we have a school district, and as it should, I understand when you don't collect applications, you'd have to hire someone to do that. And the resources it would take when you spend less to declare an entire school. However, I've shared it with College Board, I've got documentation. 15% of my fee waivers are kids that would not qualify for a Pell, and I've got proof on the FAFSA. I just did a download of EFC data from the first financial aid download compared to my fee waiver request, and then I went even deeper. So it was, this student has an estimated family contribution of $24,000, and that was not unusual and not low. And then I go look, and on their Apply Texas app, they say they make $180,000 a year. And but then I've got documentation. They're on free and reduced lunch because the school is. And so again, it's nothing against free and reduced lunch. It's an excellent program, and they're making good management decisions. It's just not maybe a good proxy. 15% of my fee waivers I can document of students that would not have qualified for Pell. And so this year I asked for additional information. I just didn't have a choice. And I've got doctors arguing with me. I do. And it's just like, no, that's not, so I think to honor what we really need to do, that's something we've got to look at. And that's what I brought up with College Board, is that we're misusing free and reduced lunch as a proxy.
On the other hand, when we were really strict in some of the schools and the counselor would not release a fee waiver until they saw the income tax return of that parent, and some of our students whose parents clean houses or cut yards or whatever it is. We're probably the poorest city, I think, in the state. But anyways, and so it was really difficult. So those kids were, no, you don't bring me an income tax, you don't get a waiver. So
yeah, I've
really
come up with
hard.
9,000. Anything anybody can come up with, please help me. I will take documentation just if they'll sign it. Part of the challenge with the fee waivers is that the student never really does anything. Therefore, it's seen as a coupon, and they don't even think that maybe I really don't meet the eligibility requirements for this. So I'll even take it on a sheet of paper, just like what they fill out for the FAFSA, if they'll sign it, so that I can hold them accountable on their admissions app for falsifying information. Sometimes just that signature provides that ability. I think if I could move away from the proxy of free and reduced lunch, I could take documentation from high school counselors that says, here's why I think, and I could be more lenient on that. It's just drowning. And the private schools do it very, very differently, so it's very confusing to students. I understand why they get mixed messages. Some schools will, for recruitment purposes, waive app fees. And that's a legitimate bit of business, too. So I can see where it's confusing. But, when I'm getting up to 15% of fee waiver program being students with EFCs in the $24,000 range, I can't afford it. So I want to make sure it's there for the students who really need it. In my campus, and I am committed, if that really is what the cost of business is, if I had 100% that could show me need, then that's what we would do. It's just hard for me to argue additional resources on my campus when I can show the other.
That's a very interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting conversation, in which many of us are challenged by, and so you have my support, and I echo the challenges that our institution shares with that. But I also appreciate some of the challenges we have with determining a best practice methodology for making sure that we're attending to students' needs, and that unfortunately is not an easy solution at this point. But to go back to this subcommittee, the FAFSA test score integration subcommittee is tasked with looking at the possibility of importing, first of all, the test scores to the from the testing agent to the application, so that becomes a part of the student's application, so that's a certified test score that we can use as institutions of higher education for decision making when we need that. But the incorporation of the opportunity of including the fee waiver information or documentation or validation, however that needs to be expressed, as a part of that conversation from College Board and from ACT, I think, would be a welcome addendum to that conversation about the possibilities of import. And so I think that we need to consider that as a part of the conversation. The FAFSA part of this subcommittee was a conversation about whether or not we could use the application to carry forward to FAFSA or vice versa, or make that a two-way conversation of which applications can feed to each other information. Well, really, from Applied Texas to FAFSA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that is where that subcommittee is, and so that process, I'm not sure where we are in that conversation.
I think it was one of those items right before Cheryl left. We went back to Dr. Salinas to see if he would be able to help us out, because he was charged with creating a white paper before he left the committee. So he agreed. He's actually, he should be submitting something to the coordinating board within next month. So by the next advisory committee, we should have y'all should have that document explaining the problem, the benefits of doing something like that, and then and implementing something for Texas. So the project is basically being able to pre-populate the FAFSA based on Applied Texas data. So the Applied Texas system will be connected, or will transfer data back and forth through FAFSA. The Department of Ed actually came up, is actually releasing an RFI, the request for information, and it's actually looking at creating APIs similar to the IRS tool. So this is a great opportunity. Dr. Salinas has already been aware of this, so he's just making the final edits on that document so that we can look at it, and then hopefully whenever the RFI is up and available, we'll submit something either from the committee or from the agency. So that hasn't been decided.
I have a question about that process. Is there any other organization besides IRS right now that's importing and exporting data with FAFSA? Would this be just the second opportunity to do this, or is there already some other entity besides IRS that's...
Not that I'm aware of. This would be the first one, the first non-federal agency that would partner up.
I was just going to comment that would really simplify the FAFSA process for the students, because if you populate all that general information, and then if they use the IRS retrieval and it populates all of the information from the IRS, you're going to have a large segment of that FAFSA already done, through other means. And so it should help a lot of the students finish the process, because it doesn't matter how many Applied Texas applications you do. If you don't find the money, they're not going to land at the institutions in the fall. So I think it's going to be a really good tool if it can come together.
I think the other benefit of this one is data consistency. Right now, the FAFSA, the FAFSA initiative that we have in Texas, we're filtering the data and then putting it out there for high schools. Well, if a student doesn't answer the high school question correctly, that student is not going to show up in that high school's report. And we've seen a lot of inconsistency on those reports. We get questions about it from counselors almost every other week whenever we post the new report every Thursday. But of telling us, I know that I have 100 students, but your report only showing 50 or 75. So I'm missing 25 to 50 students on my report. Well, then we explain to them how the report is generated, and then if they want to, they can go back to those students that are not in that list and submit a correction for the high school question. So it would alleviate that process, because the data will be cleaner if the high school will go with that, be pre-populated.
What happens is the student hits the check, and if they don't add the school, it doesn't move over to the other side, whether it's in FAFSA or whether it's in Apply Texas. And I think that's where the kids make that mistake, because even if they confirm the school, whether it's the high school, or adding another, but you have to do the add component so it moves to the other side, and that's the step they miss.
So again, you'll have a draft by the next meeting.
Fantastic. We'll make sure we schedule. I think Texas A&M was the chair. If you would like to continue to be the chair, Michelle, otherwise we can readjust. Or we can separate it out if we need to. Does this need to be two different conversations, FAFSA and test score integration? Okay. Okay. Then we'll split these off.
Aren't you the default, Michelle?
Let me tell you who was on the subcommittee, and then we'll go from there.
That was Cheryl.
Oh,
Cheryl was fantastic, and we miss her greatly. Texas A&M, Brownsville ISD, Pilar, Texas State, Angelo State, Blinn College, University of Texas, and Laredo Community College were the members of this subcommittee. Now, since we're just at quorum today, I'd like to keep that committee intact and or suggest we start a new committee. And so let's leave this committee that I just listed as the test integration and talk about a new committee for FAFSA. Does that sound good? Yeah. Sorry. So, new committee members, volunteers.
So who's not here?
Exactly. So this is for FAFSA integration. And so this is partly going to be waiting to look at the documentation that the coordinating board's putting together, but to be able to help facilitate that conversation once that gets authorized and activated. Anybody interested in serving on this committee?
Tarrant County College will serve.
Texarkana College.
I will serve.
And as we did with the other committees, if you want more high school counselor representation across the state, just let us know. We have a group that was sending out the message and volunteering. So.
Any other volunteers? Okay. And then we will, of those volunteers, we'll participate also. But we'll establish a chair for that group to report back. That was the FAFSA integration. Test score.
I have a question about the FAFSA integration committee. The test score integration committee, did that committee discuss the FAFSA integration process and issues, or not get to that?
No, that committee didn't have a lot of activity between our last meeting. It was the charge of the committee going forward was to try to see if there was an established process, which we understood to take place in Florida, where there was already a process where testing agents like College Board were already providing a test score validation or a test score, official test score to a common application process or a common warehouse for the state, so that that information was conducted consistently to a state agent for public consumption, public higher ed consumption. And so that's the conversation. It never got anywhere because we still haven't had any response to our inquiries with Florida. So we may need to start this conversation anew on this subcommittee and just strike out on our own. So the goal was to try to find an established process and try to move in that same direction. If we're not getting anywhere with that, we'll just start our own conversation.
Okay. Was the committee able to discuss the FAFSA integration process?
No, well, no, and it's partly because the coordinating board had already started conversations with the Department of Ed, and so we really didn't think much about it. And so now that we have actionable opportunities coming forward, the conversation from the coordinating board to the federal government will be the conversation about the FAFSA integration, the possibility, the RFI for API, if I said that correctly. And so that process will be in place. And once that, if that's, agreed upon by the federal government, that's something that they're interested in moving forward with, then we'll need to talk about integration and use, and that's where this subcommittee will be coming in consideration. So the technical integration, so conversations with Tim and his team, and information that we need as institutions of higher education, and what we'll be able to transmit back and forth. So that's where I think that committee charge is going to be. It's contingent upon the conversation that the coordinating board struck out with the Department of Education, which is the way it should progress at this point. And that the test score integration conversation is then, if we don't go, if this is going nowhere with Florida, which is perfectly fine. If it doesn't, that's fine. We have the ability to have this conversation with College Board and ACT ourselves. So we'll be happy to do that.
One more thing. I wonder, Jose, if you can share with the new subcommittee emails or materials or anything that you may have that you've already discussed with the Department of Ed on the FAFSA integration. Do you have anything?
Yes, I can share that.
Okay, thanks.
And I don't know if
I'd like to make a comment just as far as for our state. Last year, the Department of Ed selected 90 districts in the entire United States where they were going to actually do a test pilot. And they were going to select part of the schools in that district. You have to have more than 5 high schools. And so we were one of the 92. And so they were going to allow you to see who had done their FAFSA at the control schools, and that at the non-control schools, you were not supposed to help. Or in other words, they wanted to be able to see that if they gave FAFSA data, would it impact more students enrolling in college? And then the Apply Texas, when the financial aid advisory, they work together in Department of Ed, and so actually we had to bow out because to be able to see a few of our schools where we could, through the counselor suite, see everyone, we could help more students. So I guess what I wanted to say is we in the state of Texas, we are way ahead of the system through this. Because even last year, they were just going to actually do some testing to see if giving access would actually help. So I just want to take this moment to thank Jose that we are way ahead of so many other states in the nation, and that we are. It's true. It's true.
Thank you. It's the whole agency. I mean, the agency, yeah. But thank you. We can share all that information with y'all.
Well, and I mean, Pilar, you can give them the data already. You don't have to. I mean, you've already tested it and what it does. But you did bring up another point that might be beneficial. I don't know, but most of our financial aid offices have outreach coordinators. That might, one or two of them on this committee might be beneficial as well, just because they're used to talking to students about that and could help us with that.
And I think I might have heard you mention that the Financial Aid Advisory Committee has been discussing this. Is that accurate or not? Because if that is true, then maybe someone from that committee could participate as well.
Yeah, I think they've talked about it a couple of times, but I'm not sure to what detail. I'm not part of that committee.
I am.
She is?
Yeah, I've been on there a long time.
You have an office here, Pilar?
I've been on that one 18 years. But the Counselor loves financially. No, the thing is that we have talked about it, but the charge is really in another area, not really that department. But I have commented several times that the access to be able to see that FAFSA data, and now if they can integrate it, is just a great tool to create that college-going culture across the state of Texas. So they're just tools that are really very useful.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for that. Our last subcommittee is the T-Rex integration, and Tim had some conversation or some comments about that already. I don't know if that group met or if we're just following along with where the technical team is with this process.
I don't know whether a group met. We're moving ahead with the TEA, and we've got the API has been written. Coordinating board supported that, and we're moving ahead with a pilot for this fall with Texas A&M and a college and several high schools, and we're already right now involved in testing the API and expect that it will be rolled into the changes for this year as a pilot, and we'll see how that works. I don't know that there's any other discussion or questions that anybody might have at this point, but we expect to move forward on it, and we are moving forward on it for this year.
I guess do we know when the testing or when the pilot will be over, and make a decision of implementing in August 1st, or if we need to wait, or
the pilot's going to start August 1st, be rolled into the for this year.
Okay.
And then as far as how long we pilot it versus opening it up for others, that would be open to discussion. We probably just defaulted that we'd probably have a cycle where we would just use it with a pilot, but I think opening it from our point of view, from a technical point of view, opening it up to more schools is not that difficult once we started the pilot, because at this point we're kind of limiting it to only certain schools, and we just have to see. There are details of how the T-Rex system works and how the requests are created and then fulfilled, and what happens if the student walks in separately and one of the requests dies, and how does the counselor deal with that, and there are schools that are set up to use the T-Rex system but don't actually use it very often, and based on some speedy statistics from when UT Austin was still running Speedy. So we want to go carefully to make sure that this is going to work. Mm-hmm. But we would be ready to expand it once if we discover that it's working. Once we get it installed, then there's not a lot of extra technical work done to allow more schools to use it.
Okay, because I think I was on the assumption that the testing was happening right now.
No, the
and
testing.
We were going to make that decision to go live August 1st.
Yeah,
this year.
but that was just for a limited number of people.
Yeah.
That would be that's true. We are planning on moving into production the pilot, which would be real and in production, but only for a limited number of schools for August 1st. And then we would have some time to see how it works to see if we wanted to move forward with all the schools after that.
I think that, speaking for my institution, I think that we would love to see the opportunity for that scaling up or that rollout, full production, and to take place sooner than 1 full year.
Okay.
But I mean, with a confident testing period, of course. But the sooner, I think, would be better, in my opinion. And I don't know if I speak for all our institutions, but okay.
Yeah, because I don't think that was another thing that we were talking about, is that we definitely don't want to roll this out midway. We don't want to have it January 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have it to be, to lessen the confusion and everything at the beginning of the cycle, August 1st. So anyways, that was just, I thought that's where we were moving.
Well, okay, so I'm not sure we can get a pilot done before August 1st this year in order to, if what I'm hearing is you want it all done on an August 1st, but you don't want to wait till the next August 1st. Getting it all done by this August 1st is probably not doable sitting here in March.
So August
I think there are,
2015 is more doable.
Well, yeah, or if you don't want to do it, I mean, there are some schools that don't open. August 1st is kind of what we do, but there are schools that have apps open or that have apps that will open after August 1st as well. That's up to the committee as to how you want to do it. We see enough, because of some discussions we've had with counselors and others, that we see enough headwinds on making sure we take care of the technical aspects of this. The TEA team has had a complete turnover on who's working on it on their end, and so we're now in discussions with the technical team for TEA, which is, except for Glenn, who's heading the whole thing, but the actual developers who are doing the work on it are all completely new, and so we're but they've also installed some improvements that will make the system, I think, work better and more easily. But we're kind of having to go back to square one on some of our things and just getting their staff up to speed on what we want to do, and with the API and moving forward on it. So we are moving forward on it, but I think that it'll be up to the committee to decide whether you want to wait a full year once we have proof of concept that it's actually working in production with a few schools. We could possibly entertain the notion of, I don't think it's that big deal to us to increase the number in the pilot if people want us to do that. We just decided that we would, have a couple of schools start it so that we could oversee it as closely as possible. If there were people on the committee who really wanted to be part of that pilot, I don't think adding a couple of more colleges or a couple more high schools. Right now we're doing A&M with 3 high schools. If there are other people who wanted to participate in the pilot, as long as it's not everyone, I think that we would certainly entertain that. I don't think that would be a big problem for us.
I know in our district, and I guess I wanted to hear from some of the higher ed folks, that we can go ahead and still transmit the actual grades, but the test information is still on cards. And so they're still sending paper transcripts. And I don't know, maybe we're the last ones out in, the boonies still are sending you all. But I was just, that's where we're at. And I know it's a challenge for our district that we're trying to improve. And I understand from next year it's going to happen somehow. So, so we're not alone sending you all paper. We're the only one. Okay.
Well, we want students to send their scores from the testing agency. We do not want to hand enter test scores. So
the exceptions on the tax for the TSI?
Oh, you're talking tax and TSI.
Mm-hmm.
Those are coming through TREX, right? Those are not coming through TREX?
Well, in our district, we have a separate testing record that the records room tests. And so if they're going to send that piece of paper, they might as well just tack the front piece of paper and you have a complete I know that's for our district. I don't know. And we're the largest one in South Texas. So I don't know, maybe other districts or not, but. I see you agreeing with me. So
Yes.
No, yeah, and so what ends up happening is if I've seen a lot of high schools, if T-Rex doesn't meet their needs, or if they're not ready to do, and so they have to send paper anyway, versus sending 2, then they just go ahead and send the paper. And I mean, we anything we can do to help T-Rex help meet the needs would be beneficial.
Definitely. We don't like to see 2 because then we process 2. It's just a lot of time. A lot of time.
and some of the districts are able to do it, so I don't know where that is, but anyway.
Other questions, comments about T-Rex integration? Okay, I would like to break and then have lunch, but I have had a request to work through lunch, and if there's no objections to that, we'll resume once everybody has lunch, or we can not. Okay, then we'll try to continue the agenda once we have lunch in place. I would say probably, let's say 15 minutes we'll resume. Does that sound good? Okay, so we'll break for 15. Thank you. We're on item number 5, discussion and consideration of proposed revisions to Apply Texas application, including the list that you see before you. So we'll talk through these 5 items, and vote on those, and then move into future agenda items and discussions about next meeting. The first item is requiring Social Security number on the application. Jose, did you want to talk to that?
Yes. This was a request submitted by Texas State University. We actually talked about this item the first meeting. We had directions to go back to our legal counsel, make sure that it's even legal to require the Social Security. We went back to Texas State and got their legal opinion. It was actually the legal opinion was actually by the state system, so it wasn't just Texas State. Our legal agreed with the opinion, so it is legal to require the Social Security number. Now, saying that, I think we had some concerns, and Tim is going to talk about those concerns.
Technically, it would not that difficult to install. We would want some feedback on whether there are certain apps, what are the conditions under which we would require app types. Would it be based on the answers to certain questions? We might need to, if we're going to know whether it's required, we might need to move some questions around so that we get those questions beforehand. Our stats show that right now, and this is all apps, not just the ones that would be relevant, I think we're getting about 85% of compliance on people entering something into the Social Security part of the app right now. So we're getting pretty high compliance. If you want full compliance for those who would have Social Security numbers that you're interested in, I think the feedback from the team would just be, what are the rules? And like I said, we might, if we would need to know the answers to the rules before we get to that field. Am I saying that right, David? That there might be a couple of, we might want to add a question to the profile or move something around so that we know the answer to whether we should require it before we get to that page that has it on there. And go ahead.
I think the idea was to use the U.S. citizen permanent residency question already in the profile, so make that a dynamic question, whether if students select U.S. citizen or permanent resident, then the Social Security would be a required field. And then if students select the other non-resident, or non-U.S. citizen or non-permanent resident, then the Social Security would not even appear.
Would not appear at all,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I'd like to having Social Security number required without it being tied to like financial aid. Perhaps if they're wanting to apply for financial aid, it's required, but if they're not, then I don't see
The request was from Texas State, and it dealt with the IRS issue that the letter that went out to a lot of community colleges and a lot of four-year institutions too.
I think all of them.
Because of 1098T reporting requirements.
And if they don't have it, then we can't produce that.
Is that not something that they can be required at when they enroll into the university?
Yeah, there are other ways
Okay.
to collect it. The question was just, do we collect it here? And I think we've got a chicken and an egg kind of thing. If 85% are already doing it, is it a big deal not to do it? Or is it a big deal to do it if 85% are already doing it? I could go either way. Since my institution asked, I'm going to abstain.
Well, it's a good question because it's not needed for the application. It is a kind of a service added, value added for the schools, and it's up to the committee to decide whether they want that. I think, as Jose said, there was some question about the legality of it, and that evidently has been solved. Mm-hmm. But so it wouldn't be a real big deal for us technically. It's not, like a 1 hour fix to just, because we do have to think through, is that question on the profile required, and how do we refer to that? And if it's in the profile, that's great. And if it's required, then we'll already have the information we need. We might not have to move around other questions. But it's probably not a big project for us. But I think it's valuable to ask whether we should be doing it at all, since it's not really required for the application. It's a value added to be used further down the road by our institutions. Mm-hmm. And that's for y'all to decide.
I mean, I think the added value would be also to do the FAFSA integration.
You mentioned that. That's right. Yeah.
So there are multiple benefits to requiring it, but at the same time, it's not.
For financial aid, I agree. I'm just going to state my concern, and I know that from other private institutions, they're concerned because we've discussed this with the Common application and our TCU application, like the Royal app. The same type of thing is, the more fields you have required, the less applications you're going to get, or students are going to be stuck. And it's not necessarily that, maybe for public institutions that only use the Apply Texas, what they're going to do is get to that point and they're going to abandon the application altogether and just use another application that allows the flexibility.
I wanted to make a comment on if it gets populated, to assist with the FAFSA. A lot of the students that have the red, not the green card, because they have the Obama Social Security, that one is not good for financial aid. They can't receive financial aid funds with that. And so I don't know if that, it's not that there's that many, but because I have no idea of numbers. But I know a lot of the students just assume I now have a Social Security number, I can get financial aid, and that doesn't hold true. So I don't know what that would do to that segment, but I just thought I'd bring that out.
With the DACM, I think that's the reason that we wanted to do that, to make the citizenship the dynamic question. If the student has one of those Social Securities provided by DACM, and if they don't say that they're a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, then they won't even have the ability to provide that other number that is not a Social Security number.
Knowing that that's how it's planned to be designed and not really requiring it for students that don't have the SSN makes me feel more comfortable with it.
Yeah.
I was concerned early on when I saw the email that we would be, requiring it of students that don't even have a social, but as long as we're doing it that way, then
it's going to be
the benefit of doing it.
It's going to be just that dynamic question where the students that don't even have a social won't even see the question.
Now, have we considered asking those students that do have a taxpayer identification number, have we considered adding a question like that so that for those that don't have an SSN but that do have the TIN number, that we can collect that on the application? Because that's really what we're supposed to provide on the 1098T whenever we report a student without a social. Has that been brought up?
Not at this point.
Okay. Can we consider that? Because again, for those who don't have an SSN, when we try to submit their 1098T with the blank SSN field, that's where we get ourselves into these issues with, did you request it? Did you ask for the TIN number from the student? And if we had that built into the Apply Texas application, then that would help us to be even more compliant. I'm not sure if that came up on Texas State's letter or recommendation that we received back in the fall, but that really is part of the whole issue that we're dealing with at the schools. When they don't have an SSN, what do you have on file to show that you requested the TIN number from students? And then it has to be requested twice. So if we had it on the Apply Texas application, we'd be able to knock out one of those requests and then have just one more to be able to document that we're compliant. If that makes sense. No, just requested. You know, for those that choose not to provide the SSN for whatever reason, if there could be some type of skip logic that only asks those students, okay, well, can you provide your TIN number now? Then that would knock out one of the two requests that were required to.
I think that would be doable. If you don't make it required, I don't think that. I would think that if you make that field required for those specific population, then that might scare them off and not apply. But if it's not,
doesn't even have to be required. Just requested.
If it's optional, yeah. And then again, it would just be directed to those students in that situation.
Do not provide their SSN.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd want to know, probably the receiving institutions would want that information separate. In other words, you'd want to know, here's a field we're sending you with the SSN, and here's another field which we just call TIN, you know, and so that you would need them separated in the transmission as well. So we're probably looking at, it doesn't seem like a huge thing. We're probably looking at an extra field added to Apply Texas for this temporary number, and then if the logic says we're not going to require their SSN, then we put up another field and say, if you have a TIN, enter it here, and then we could add that as a separate field to the EDI. The reason I say separate field is we could obviously just put it all in one field. It would be the SSN/TIN field, but probably you would want to know which it was, right?
Yes.
It would help you. Okay.
I support this conversation specifically for our institution and the IRS dear friend letter that we got from them. But that being said, I think there's also a tremendous value in a unique identifier that we can use associated with the student record when it comes to database management and the challenges we have with multiple identified records for one student. And so I would say, you know, from an operational or functional user standpoint, this is a fantastic opportunity if we make this a required field as well. When we went as a culture of higher education away from using the SSN and did not require it, it increased the challenges of maintaining, identifying uniquely students over the course of multiple applications and or activities. So I just wanted to say that in terms of support. So to make this an actionable item, let me propose the following, and I will leave this to you to make a motion, but I would recommend the following, that we do vote on the fact of requiring an SSN field for students who are listed as U.S. Citizen or permanent resident at the institution, as an applicant. And then perhaps support the addendum to that motion that we provide the opportunity for a non-required field for this TIN number for those students who do not meet the first criteria. Did I represent that correctly to the committee? Okay. So let us then vote on the addendum first, if somebody would like to move either of those.
I move the addendum be accepted.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, and so let's move to the second. Okay, and so noted. Thank you.
I'm just, yeah.
Okay,
opposed.
that's all right. And so let's move to this to the primary motion then about the requirement of the SSN. Does somebody move that motion?
So move my institution already.
Fair enough. Yes.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So then we'll move forward with those two items then. Tim, is that good for you? You understand that?
Sounds good. My technical lead hasn't fainted or come and tackled me and said, "Don't do this." It's always non-trivial to add fields to files and make sure that they appear exactly where you want them to, and to make sure the logic works on the app, and to add them to the EDI and such like that. But that's what they do. So
excellent.
It's not a huge. I would say it's not a huge project.
Okay. Thank you. And so we'll include that then in our April meeting in terms of the allocation of time and resources is one of those items. Clarification of semester timeframes. Lisa?
That was me, and we've kind of already touched on this subject a little bit. Apparently, our students also have our freshman students also have a difficult time deciding whether they have to fill out the fall or spring application. And one of the suggestions we had is maybe clarify a little more when they have the drop down for fall application, maybe in parentheses put a time frame in there that this is August through May or September through May or something along that lines to maybe help them understand, oh, okay, I'm still going to be in high school at that time. I shouldn't fill out that application. That was just one of our suggestions, and glad to know that other schools are also facing that challenge too.
I think that can help. I still also would like some validation amongst it.
I agree on that too.
They get confused.
I think, so you're talking about people choosing a spring instead of a fall when they should have done one or the other. So, yeah, some direction would be useful in terms of who's making that mistake and why, so that we could either through text or through some audits behind the scenes where it looks like there's some conflicting information based on something they've already told us, that those are fairly easy installations to do. The addition of dates would be something that would also be possible. I don't know how much that would help, but we could certainly look at that where the pull down would have a date that would involve administrators putting in dates, and keeping those up to date and being accurate. And if they change every year, that could get that's always a little iffy, because you're depending on someone else to go in and input stuff that we don't manage. We just give you a space and say, right, we're going to put something. If you put it, and it needs to be right, and we don't know whether it is or not. So if that would be helpful, I'm not sure. If we do the other things, is it enough, without the dates, or are the dates real important by themselves as a separate item? I guess would be my question back. If we work on shoring up the audits to try to catch people who are in the wrong spot, would that be a good step to try and see if that works before adding other things?
I think so. I think as long as we move forward one way or the other.
Okay.
And we can try to see if that works and that kind of solves our problem. We're okay with that too.
Okay.
I think with the dates, and the issue is always spring and fall. So with the dates, it would be a generic date, would be fall from August to December, and then spring from January to May.
So not a specific date per institution,
specific date for
but
the
just
institution.
a general, this is what spring is.
I really like that idea whenever you brought it up, because I do see students not selecting the right one just because they don't know the parameter of that. They're thinking like, oh, I'm graduating in the spring, so I'm gonna do the spring semester, type of thing. So even putting the dates out there might be good, just as an added prevention or whatever.
That seems pretty easy. And then maybe if we could have a follow-up with Lisa, Michelle, and anybody else who might have some other ideas. The team can get together and brainstorm situations in which this might happen and how we might prevent it via some audits, but it would also be helpful to have y'all's input and kind of here's what we see happening. And so if we have audits that take care of those, what the situations you run into most frequently, then we know we've covered it.
Yeah, I think we also see another issue we see is them actually entering their grad date wrong. I saw quite a few that entered 2013 who are coming to school in 2014, and their grad date was simply wrong. But they're filling out the app in 2013, so that's what they're thinking, and they're used to typing. And so, just additional audits on that grad date from several perspectives, I think could be very, very helpful. We had a student who put 3013 as a grad date, and it went.
Yeah,
in the
there are
system.
some fields where it's kind of free input versus a pull down, and sometimes the pull downs you don't want a pull down that has 150 choices on it. So, but there's always the chance when you have free input of we want to make sure that what's a reasonable input and what's not.
Yeah, a behind the scenes, a behind the scenes range that would accommodate
1,000 years
some of that.
sounds a bit much, probably.
Yeah, probably. Got some attention.
All right, Lisa, then I'll take that as a motion for the change or the incorporation of the notes, details in the selection of term for semester entry for the consideration of the technical committee and for the application for this next year. Do I have a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Fantastic. Our third item is the payment section from TCU. So perhaps I don't know what that is. So.
Oh, but I voted on the wrong thing. Yes, the 10 was no. 10 was yes. Section that's in the Apply Texas application today. A lot of our students get stuck, and typically what they'll do is they'll call us because they're. I think the options are credit card, pay by check, or fee waiver. And pay later. But the credit card, when they want to pay by credit card, Texas
Right.
credit card section. So waiver to buy.
Now, Tim, on the payment, on that payment thing, could that be customizable by the institution? So if the institution does not, is not set up for PayPal, then the credit cards are not going to show up as an option for that student.
That's correct right now. That's the way it does. It's not, I mean, it's customizable in that sense. There's not a lot of choices there, but you're right. If they don't have a PayPal account, there's a switch that is not flipped in the admin suite because they haven't set it up and it's not in production that they have a PayPal account, and so therefore that credit card option won't appear on that page at all, right? Now, there's not. What I hear is that there's from there for certain people, for some institutions, and now we've added a few because not all of the people who took credit cards directly have gone to PayPal, and so we certainly have a few. It's a small group, but it's possibly growing, who will need this to work more elegantly than it's working for you right now. And so right now, I guess you have them kind of go through this thing that doesn't make sense because that's what they have to do to get to where you want them to go. So I'm not sure what the best solution is, and maybe we can have a conversation with you about it, but it sounds like probably it's just, maybe it's a matter of some text or the way, or putting a link somewhere to go get more information. I'm not sure exactly what the best way to approach it is.
Is it not possible just to add the sections into that email? Like to have, I'm not a PayPal user. Just a text box that I can put my link to our email.
So right now, you handle it through like a custom question, basically, right? You say, but they have to get through this. They have to get past that question to get to the custom question. And so you're saying that would it be possible to have, let's say, a new field where that would be only used by people who don't have PayPal, right? And then you could put that in there. If you don't have a PayPal account, we'll go mine something from this field and put in a link. Does that sound reasonable? It would be adding an extra field. How does that make sense to you, David, or is there another way to do it better?
Payment, credit card, and submission. A link to the pay and then forget to come back.
And we don't know whether they've actually paid, right? We just provide them with a link, you know.
We have a way to know whether they.
And we don't need to know if they don't care what the application.
So right now, right now, you said we already do that, meaning what? I wasn't sure.
Right now what we have is we try and instruct students to bypass by clicking mail. But when I start looking at the different applications from the different systems, I see a lot of cross apps. And when I go back to Apply Texas, this is the number one thing out there pending the payment. Just
Right.
because they abandon the application, start a new application where it's. I'm just trying to figure out a way to where we can.
If a student cannot pay using PayPal, then it seems to me that the payment page for those apps is moot. Because even if they say they're going to send a check, that information is of no value to the receiving school. So I wonder, is there a way for the schools that don't use PayPal, if they can go from filling out the entire app directly to submit with no payment page, and then handle like they're handling it now, their payment information would be contained in the custom questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if they check fee waiver, you still have to have some documentation, right?
Not for us.
Oh, so if they say fee waiver on the app, then you give them a fee waiver?
We don't require to benefit from a private institution.
Why wouldn't all students say fee waiver then? I mean, is there a qualification?
I'm sure our
You're on the internet now, so.
Okay.
That's right.
Just publicize that.
Yeah. Not really. Her phone is off.
Oh,
Her
that's
microphone
right.
is
Her
off.
microphone's off.
Yeah. And Michelle corrected me. I think my staff is reporting pay later when they get the check or money order coming.
But is it possible then for that, for it just to bypass that whole section?
We'll have to take a look at that. It sounds like those are kind of bound together in one process right now. I think probably what I'd like to ask is is that we understand it's a problem and we're committed to making it work better than it's working now for sure. And then let me go back with the technical team and see whether somehow separating those and making that one payment one more of a conditional page without messing up the way the submit works and what kind of job that would be. My other question coming back would be if it now says check, but like you said, there's no way to do that. If it just said check or, payment by check or institution website or something, would that be a way to get past that page? That wouldn't work.
Well, I wouldn't want institution website because I'm afraid then students for us would go looking for a website thinking that was an option. I mean, that check or money order, we actually have to direct students to use that, and we only use it in rare occasions. Like if a student provides a spring app and we actually hold the money for them while they're providing their fall app, we will tell them to get through the payment page, click off on check or money order because we already have your money. But it would be confusing.
Well, I think probably what we would like to do is go back and take a look at what the best option for. We certainly see this as not acceptable going forward. And then if we can make that section as you've requested, perhaps that's the way to do it. And if that turns out to be a big deal, we'll come back with an alternative that's still an improvement, if that's okay with you all.
So let me see if I can capture this conversation into a actionable item to put in place a process to bypass the online payment section and still submit an application. Is that too simplified? If possible. Or provide an alternative.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Does that sound good? Okay, so the motion's been made, and don't make me repeat it. To put into place a procedure that allows the submission of online payment of application fee, currently through PayPal, to be an option that can be turned off for an institution's application and skip to the submit page, or alternative as determined by the technical team. That's the question on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. We'll move forward with that one. The second question from TCU, collecting parent information. Do you have any information you'd like to share with us on that?
So right now, in the Apply Texas application, unless I am completely wrong, the only parent information that's collected is emergency contact information. So therefore, we have to use custom questions, but we try and make it as less questions as possible to keep the student in the application or to fill it out. So we struggle with obtaining parent information from the students. And we use the parent information, and I know other private institutions do as well. I can't speak for Publix, but we use that information not only during the application process, we do communicate with parents, but also when a student's been admitted, when we're trying to get them to come to campus, when they've deposited, then it moves over to our alumni section. So that information is very valuable. And as we start gaining more and more Apply Texas applications, it's becoming more back-end work for us because what we do is we have to manually pull up those apps and look at what the student did supply and manually type that into our system.
I've used up all my custom questions trying to get this because you can't. I have to use
Creating one for each item.
Yes, you have to do one for address, so that because if not, it all comes string together, and then you can't get it in your database. So I'm there with you. I've used up all my custom questions.
So what's the percentage of students supplying the family question under the emergency contact?
What we have quite a few that will fill it out, but it's typically incomplete information, and I think it's only name and email address. We're looking for name, level of education, and email address, and do you live with your parent? Not, that type of stuff. And we also from that, we use it in a custom question. We ask if they've attended TCU. But if we had a parent section, then we can derive a lot of information from that, as opposed to asking 7 custom questions for a section of information that we could be getting from the application.
I agree. Way back when, this really dates me, we had an Office of Civil Rights review. They made us take off of the emergency contact. We had put relationship so that you would know. And I think based on some cases with law schools, et cetera, we had to take it off because you could say, oh, this student's married and discriminate against them, et cetera. So, or they're older, whatever. Now, we get girlfriend, boyfriend. You don't know what you get. But you can tell it's not the parent. It's almost become not quite a useless field, but useless. Well, be close.
That's what I was going to say. Is the parent information more important than that emergency contact, or is it both are the same? They have the same value to institutions.
I don't think it's an either or. On emergency, you don't know who they're providing to you. You don't know if it's a parent, an aunt, a brother, sister. But that's their emergency contact, so you certainly want to maintain that and let them choose that. I'm wondering if the parent portion could be a opt-in, opt-out little section, so that for the schools that need it and are using it, a student could provide it, and those schools that don't particularly want to store that information could choose not to.
You already asked them to self-report on the parental income. So I don't know if there could be information moved into that area.
I think there's a location, a couple places that would do it, but it would be helpful. I think all of us, in a number of ways, from a recruitment standpoint, we know we need to be talking to parents. And so it would provide us that means to do so. Of course, I think it would be optional, but yes, I wholly support the addition. I can have my custom questions back.
Is there a need to ask a student permission to communicate with their parent on there as well? No?
Wouldn't think so.
Particularly if it's optional.
Oh, for providing it.
Any other discussion? Okay, so if I can represent this item as an action, that is to say, to build an optional field. I'll use the term module. I don't mean that's incorrect, but just to say an independent piece of parental information. And that's address, phone number, contact information. Does that sound correct? Okay.
I think I'll have to speak with the team about the best way to do this. What I kind of immediately envision would there be something in the admin suite where you would check a box that would say, please ask for parental information, and then we would check that. And if it was checked, we would ask for it, and then we would want to know, I guess it would be required. If you check the box, it's required, and for other people it doesn't show up at all. Is that kind of what you imagine? We can talk more details later, but that's...
I don't know that I would want it required, but yeah.
But the option to input the data.
Input it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you... so moved.
Okay. I'm going to presume a second from TCU.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The last item, the first generation question, we already have logic in place to try to determine whether or not a student's a first generation college student or not. without asking the question, are you a first generation college student? Since that's kind of a subtle irony to be a first generation college student and understand what that term means. But the question that my institution asked me about was the question about whether or not if that's going to be a required report to the coordinating board, can we not make this a required question of some sort? And how we indicate that a student is first generation college student without knowing that. And so my conversation with Tim, and we had a brief conversation, was just basically, I don't know if there's a methodology in place, either through approved logistics of questioning or a way that we can determine that information on the application. And so I present that to you, the committee, for discussion. Any comments or questions about that?
We actually derive it from.
Correct. Sure. Exactly, and that's the logic that's in place currently on the application for determination of first-gen college students. But the question is, so my question to the committee then is, I would volunteer. Well, I would recommend from my institution that we make that a required question.
I would recommend. I mean, if we're going to be doing, the FAFSA integration, hopefully, to use some of that language so that we can have 2 additional fields to pre-populate the FAFSA. So the questions that they ask is the highest education of the father and then the mother. So, and then you can derive it from there if that's the logic.
Is that what you're currently doing, Ethan, is deriving it
Yes.
from those 2?
Mm-hmm. We are.
What do you do if a student says, I don't know, on one of those parents?
Then we don't have an answer to that question.
But what if they say the mother is high school only and the dad, I don't know? Is that a first generation student for y'all?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where it becomes a little different for different institutions. I'm not So are you suggesting we ask this question in a different way?
I don't know if there is a better
way?
I don't know if there's a better way, but the question that we have institutionally is to how can we ensure that we get an answer to the question? Yeah.
Okay, so filling those,
because
those.
We're reporting first generation. How many
Okay.
first generation college students do you have? Is a report to the coordinating board. So if we don't have a way of determining that the application is the best way for us to determine that.
So you're saying make that education level required? Is that
Well, yes, to make it
potentially?
required, but then
Okay.
do those fields, those dynamic fields, need to be further clarified if they are? If I don't know is not, I don't know can't be an answer. Sure.
No, or is probably why they would respond with that.
That's very true. I think that we would have to explain that, though.
Or
Well, I think that
foster
would be
student.
the parent question would help you determine that. If they don't answer if they just put, mother or father or just a mother, it depends how you're looking at constructing that section of the parent question. But I think that would help you.
Again, and I don't mean no disrespect to the coordinating board, this is for the coordinating board that I'm asking this because it's a required report. Otherwise, I'm not that concerned. So in order to be a good state agent myself, I would like to make sure that we can accurately report that information to our reporting body.
Because there are a lot of scenarios. It could be the students, the parents are deceased, they wouldn't know. It could be that they're foster kids and they cannot, since they were small and have no communication. It could be kids that are with aunts and cousins and live here, but their parents are somewhere in Mexico and they don't know where their whereabouts are in Mexico. So there's all kinds of scenarios that they couldn't answer. So
I agree 100%. But then I also respond by saying it's a required report. I have to report it. I don't know what it is. I have to report it.
I don't know. No offense.
No.
And I don't have any problem with it being a required report. I understand why the coordinating board wants to know. I mean, that's a part of their responsibility to the state too. And so it's a catch-22 because we need the information, but there are too many variables. Well, there's not too many. There are outliers which are completely inconsistent with the logic. Mm-hmm. And so that's a challenge. And so I don't know necessarily how to go forward. So I'm not necessarily making it. The only thing that I would say is I would request that it would be a required answer. That's the only thing I can think of in the short term. I'm happy to try to work out a better logistics or a better answer to that question and entertain that conversation with you guys.
What are you currently reporting for the students for which you do not know the answer to that question?
Well, the example that Michelle said was the example where we would say it was a first generation college student. But our threshold, just in admissions, because we're making that decision of whether or not they're first gen or not, is that the threshold is some or more, some college or graduate is not first gen.
If they have some college, they're not first gen?
And that's off of state statute.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Well, you don't want to.
That's the gray line. Some
Yeah.
people say some without graduating is still first gen.
Well, I think you got to be careful because.
Is any college.
And there could be a federal definition that a lot of your people on campus are trying to do grants off of.
Yes. Sure.
So you've got to be careful because those are different.
So the federal definition would be they graduated, I assume, because I think our financial aid will, if there's some college, they will consider them first gen. But if they put I don't know, that takes them out of the first gen mix, which is, I feel for this student. I mean, because we've had several students who put I don't know because they're being honest and they don't know and they've just knocked themselves out of consideration for a $40,000 scholarship because they don't know. So I have a real tender place for that student.
Then perhaps this needs to be a further conversation.
Yeah.
And so then I would then withdraw and table this motion if that's all right with you.
Well, I'm okay with making it required. I just don't want to remove the I don't know. Yeah,
Could you ask a question? Are you a first generation with some kind of a little? No, we can't.
Yeah, we found that students just don't know. I mean, it's not true. So, Ethan, are you saying, and maybe Jose, you can answer this question, that we don't have, that's not one of the field values when we report to the coordinating board, that it's not available?
I'm not sure about what that report looks like.
Okay.
That is a conversation that came to me outside of our admissions office.
Yeah, it seems like we might, if I don't know is not an option, then the conversation may need to be had with the coordinating board instead of with Apply Texas.
I think we might
because
be
there
able,
are truly students who don't know.
Yeah. I think we probably need to table this, and I agree with you, and then hopefully have somebody from the coordinating board in the reporting side come in and educate all of us about this reporting requirement that the other division requires.
I accept that. Table this motion until our next meeting. Yes, we are. We are both just proxies. Okay. Next item on our agenda is lunch. If anybody'd like to take lunch again. So this.
Lee Williams just got.
Yeah.
Good day, Lee.
Welcome. I did get a message from Kevin. Kevin had to leave. His wife was in a car accident, and so I think everything's okay, but he expresses his apologies for leaving the meeting. And so I wanted to share that with you so that you know that he, yes, and so that you know that he is he was still with us in spirit. Okay, so are there any future consideration items for the future agenda meeting, our next meeting in April? So let's start with that, and we'll talk a little bit about the meeting, and then we'll move forward. I have one if nobody else does.
Are these recommendations for?
Yes. So what we'll do
continued-
is we'll vote on those at the next meeting if they need to be made into an actionable item for the consideration of changes for the next application.
I do have one.
Well, please, Michelle, go ahead.
And I'm doing this by proxy. Thank you. But have a request to remove the high school question from the grad app. Our understanding that most grad departments do not rely on that, do not need that information, but if they do need it, then they potentially could ask it as a shoebox.
I think we need to talk to financial aid first, because on the ability to benefit requirements now, that grad they may be able to use that for some ability to benefit. I mean, I don't.
Good, yeah.
That's great. That's good. Okay, so
That question is asked on the FAFSA, but it still is a good point that it might be better to have it on both than to not have it on the grad app.
Yeah, because the ability to benefit doesn't exist. They have to have the GED or a high school diploma, so to receive financial aid.
Then maybe I need to educate on our side as to why it's being asked, because that is a complaint we get most often from grad students. Why in the world are you asking me this? You know, it's a non-issue
And
for
verify.
them.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just ability to benefit has been a moving target lately.
And my other request has to do with the extracurricular activity module. If we could somehow make that more applicable to the different app types. I know it's an optional module, so if you're not using it at all, then you can remove it from the app. But for the transfer app, that module as it is does not make sense, and it does cause a lot of students to call and ask, you know, what are you looking for? Do you want my high school activities? And you know, if they're 26, they don't really remember their high school activities, or you know, so I don't know how that would be modified if it's a matter of having two separate modules to choose from. Or if it's a matter of being able to just update some of the titles in there so they're more applicable to transfer versus freshmen, but that's my other recommendation.
I think that's a very, very good point. And so my question is, do we need to then, and I hate to say this, have a subcommittee to review the extracurricular modules information and recommend differences?
I think the graduate people also wanted to look at that module.
Yeah, that'll be part of that.
Yeah.
Graduate. So we'll get some feedback, hopefully, from the graduate.
But
Yeah,
not just
for
for the graduate, but for transfer too. I mean,
Yeah, for every app type, you kind of want to look at that and consider, does this make sense?
International.
Yeah, international, if you add it to yours. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So does this need to be a conversation prior to our next meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
Stephanie and I will have that conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you for volunteering. Anything else, Michelle? Any other items?
I have one.
Yes.
And it kind of goes back to the clarifying semester timeframes, but just kind of a little bit more about that. One thing that we struggle with, and I know some other institutions as well, is deadlines. And since with Applied Texas, we, you know, for fall, you just have your text where we can talk about our different deadlines. But what we struggle with is what deadline a student is applying to, and now that ourselves and I know at least 5 other private institutions are using early decision. So it's hard for us to determine which deadline a student is applying to now using the Applied Texas application. We try and capture that in the custom questions, But this being our first year using early decision, it was not very successful. So I don't know exactly what I'm proposing.
It's okay.
But
Keep talking.
Talking about the clarifying semester timeframes, I don't know if I don't know how public institutions do it. We, for instance, have three different deadlines. We have one deadline for spring. We have one deadline, or three deadlines for fall. And so it's like an early action deadline.
Right.
We have an early action 2 deadline and an early decision deadline.
Right.
So again, I don't know how that pertains across the board. I just know that with private institutions, those are things that we deal with.
That's a very good question, and it's a very good question about this application. It is the purview of private institutions and not something that public institutions do. Not to say that we wouldn't in the future ever do it. I don't think we would, but always leave the door open. So that's a great question. I don't know necessarily how to answer that quickly or currently. Did you have a comment that you wanted to make? Okay. But if we look at the opportunity of more private institutions in Texas, independent institutions in Texas, becoming members and participating in the application, then definitely we want to make sure that we're equally agreeable with our constituency. So that's going to be a conversation we need to have going forward. And I don't know the answer to that. We have 2 independent institutions, 4 years, Baylor and TCU.
Baylor, TCU, who is it? And Trinity.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
Oh,
SMU, yes.
no, we have 20 private institutions.
Like I said, we have 20
There you go.
independent
20.
institutions.
So
Motion.
it's more than 50. It's
more than 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we
St.
definitely
Ed's.
do need to.
So I think we need to have a conversation with the constituency of independent institutions. And so
Okay,
we'll need to
great.
put together a subcommittee
Yay.
for independent institutions to have this conversation about deadlines.
Okay.
And Tim, that's something we'll have to figure out. That's a very interesting, I mean, hopefully it won't be that difficult, but
Yeah, we'd have to, like I said, discuss it. And I know the coordinating board has reached out to the private institutions, and we do have, we are. St. Ed's has joined us relatively recently as well, and so yeah, that's something, as you said, that we haven't had to deal with before, and we should take a look at it and see how we can solve that for them.
Would your, in the grad app, they have that displayed deadline and an enforced deadline. Would that kind of functionality?
Possibly, we do have that built in already to the admin suite for so some enhancement of that or some version of that. I can get together with the tech team and we can see what ideas we can have too. So it'd always be good especially if you put together subcommittees, let us know who's on the subcommittee or who's chairing it so that we can be a resource for the conversations.
I think TCU is chairing it.
Okay.
I'm more than happy to.
good, we'll talk more.
It's definitely been a pain for the last 3
Yeah.
years. So.
And then with the subcommittees, of course, you can have members outside the committee.
Okay.
So any private institution that is using Apply Texas or is not even using Apply Texas, just any institution can be a part of the subcommittee.
Okay.
Do you have that functionality on the National Common?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Copy it.
We do. Yeah, we do that for our TCU app. We kind of just take what the Common App does. So.
Okay.
They have deadlines. You ask. It's based. So you start out asking if you're, it's a transfer application or a freshman application, because obviously they have different deadlines within that.
Right.
And then from there, then the student self-selects what their deadline is.
Oh, they self-select. Okay.
So what type of application or what type of priority deadline?
Most institutions have an early action deadline, which is, and then the back end of the Common App, we have our own setup. So we can set up the display of the deadline. We can set up when we want that deadline to expire, and then like any verbiage for that deadline. So for instance, talking about the semester timeframes, we would say for students wishing to enroll, in the fall, which is August 1st, or, those types of things to help clarify what the different deadlines are. I think for the Common App, it's radial buttons. Actually, I think for TCU, it's that way as well. They're radial buttons. They can just, and based on what they select, so if they select spring, they only see the spring deadlines. If they select fall, they only see the fall deadlines. If they started the application in December, they obviously don't see the early action deadline because it's already passed. No, they select their deadline.
That puts them in that category by the choice of deadline.
Correct. And we've worked around it in the past, not in the best way, but now that we have the early decision and those other schools that I named off, I know for sure are early decision as well, it makes it a little bit more complicated because if they select early decision, then there's a contract that's assigned. And so it would just be nice for us to be able to have like a, custom question based on that or something of the sort.
That makes sense.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other items?
I have one more question.
Yes, please.
You guys are never going to invite me back.
Oh, no, you're way behind. I mean, we're ahead of you.
Does Apply Texas have a listserv for institutions to talk amongst each other and, like this is great. But this is the first time I've been at one of these. And typically this type of stuff is like, for instance, on the Common application, we have a listserv where we communicate back and forth and have you experienced this? Have you experienced that? This is how we work around this issue at this institution. So I didn't know if that was something that was available for Apply Texas.
For users in the Common App, the tech team or whatever, the managers are not. They might lurk and join in if they have a correction, but it's not specifically for them. It's for the users.
Right. They do have a director of technology or somebody that's over technology that will jump in when people start screaming a lot. So.
We typically use TACRO listserv
Okay.
to discuss
The
questions
Apply
like that.
Texas.
Is there a specific one for Apply Texas, or can there be?
There could.
I wonder. There could be one set up via TACRO. It would make sense. That's what the conference is officially, is the users group run by TACRO. That might be a reasonable place for it.
Coordinating board also has listservs, so.
Patrick Miller is on that listserv, so.
The TACRO one.
Do we want to create one or a blog or?
We could. We definitely could.
What?
Let's talk about it. We'll talk about.
Yeah. Because I think we could provide a listserv or TACRO could be the person, the organization.
I'm sure the organization would.
Yeah.
Because I believe they are housing additional listserv going on. They might not be able to. Is housed actually off the A&M Commerce campus. Server that's being used.
Yeah, we can definitely discuss it.
If you want me to, I can make inquiries to. Texas.
We will probably get the information from the system and invite the
help desk, yeah.
the administrative contact, the financial contact, and IT contact.
From each institution?
From each institution. So we do have that data that we can set it up quickly. And then, of course, it will be open for institutions to invite other people within their institution. Yeah.
Thank you, Trey.
I have a question, and this is about the current app, the 2-year app, and it's the same for all of them. I actually just got something from some of my staff that asked whether or not some of the numbers on the actual application regarding emergency contact and then the student email, if those two numbers could be switched, because it goes from student information to emergency contact back to the student email. Is that something, I didn't know if that would be something that would be pertinent, or if I just need to forward an email on to the Applied Texas team. I think it would be more helpful to the student and then staff that are having to process, even after it's uploaded into your systems.
If you could forward that would be the easiest thing. Okay. Forward it to the admin help desk, and then we'll get a chance to take a look at it. And if it's probably sounds like a simple move of a field.
An example I can forward.
We'd want to make sure that it makes sense to us, and we'd have some follow-up questions possibly, and then we could just make that change with.
Thank you.
Stephanie.
I have one. I know you're shocked. I'm feeling really ambitious here. So even though I may get some space back with with the parent questions not taking up all my custom, I would like the ability for more custom questions. Please.
Stephanie's questions.
I second that.
We could come back with. We can take a look at that in terms of size and space and moving things through the web and what the limit is and how many more would you want and how many more we could give you that, if any, that would be, useful without taxing the system too much. We can certainly come back at that. I was hoping that would be dropped though if we get rid of the parental one. but I don't know how big a deal it is. But we'll take a look at it and get back with it. We'll come back at the next meeting with that. If space is provided, and that's not an issue, then the other technical issues shouldn't be really large in putting some more in. So.
We are using custom questions as informationals in several. So if another approach to that would be to provide space on each app type for information like checklists or some kind of information, because they are not going to click that button to go to the app. I know we maintain that page that's special instructions. I don't know that any students ever even looked at it. So we use several questions to discuss fee waivers or a checklist or, just give them information that could make a huge difference in their app. And that's a way to kind of not maintain custom questions, but give us an informational option.
I'll get the technical team together and we'll see if you're using. If a lot of people are using it for that, maybe there's another way to take care of some of those things.
I have an item from Texas Tech that I would like to put forward for consideration from the committee, and it was our conversation about payment. An item that we've had. It's not been a significant problem, but it has been a problem for us, is in the wording for the application fee and the credit card payments. We have had this year, really, this is the first time we've had it, but we've had requests for credit card payment refunds that have been, more significantly this year than we have in the past, where we're having the charge for the application fee on a credit card being called into dispute by a parent, ironically for students who were denied admission. And so when their student was denied admission, then there's a dispute on the credit card, and we have lost all of those and have been required to pay refunds for those things when I would believe that the intent is clear. And so, yes, that services were rendered. That's exactly right. So one of the things that we would like to look at doing is perhaps just to add to the wording on where we collect fees. It says that this information is authorized by indication of authorizing payment through any of these payment methods. I can talk more about some of that stuff. So hopefully it's just a conversation about some additional language, and I'll talk to you, Tim, about what my recommendation could be. But I wanted to bring that up for the committee. I don't know if anybody else has seen that issue, but so where we have seen credit card fees or application fees being disputed by parents who say that they did not authorize their child to use their credit card to pay their application fee, and the credit card company is not taking the information that we provide from from our application as authorization. So where it even says not refundable, that's still not good enough. So we just would ask that we include some language that says I authorize.
Oh, okay. And you think that would take care of it? It's because it's the student authorizing, right? It's not the parent authorizing.
I'm still going to lose.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to try to sew it up
All right.
as much as I can.
Is there any way that you can test your whatever revised statement with a credit card company?
I'd be happy to.
I think that would be, instead of us looking at something that might not even.
In fact, I'll try to figure out if it was the same card company and see if we can. Okay. Any other future agenda items?
I have one.
Yes, Lisa.
So our request is, since we're going to be validating high schools and looking at that, we also see a problem with where students have the question, are you a freshman with college credit or no college credit? And they answer that one way or another, and then the very next question that says how many hours, sometimes they answer that and it's not in the right combination. They're not saying, yes, I have college credit and it's 4 college credits and those kinds of things. And so we're wanting to see if there could be some validation of that as well, so that they're forced to answer those questions that are all pertinent to, yes, I am a freshman, I have this many hours, and here's the institution I have it at.
Oh, a question about ordering audits. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make notes and I'm not doing a very good job. Okay.
And then we have one more or actually 2 more requests. We have a new administrator to Apply Texas, and one of the difficulties that she faced, or the challenges, was when she first went in there, she didn't know how to update majors or how to do certain processes. So that she was asking, is there a webinar or a how-to page anywhere on the administration page that she can reference?
I'll take a look and see what our help is. She can at any time email the help desk, and our help desk person is really good at getting everything out, at least by the end of the day, that comes in that day. But we are working on trying to beef up FAQs and other help things.
And I think she has gotten some really good response through email, but she just thought it would be great if it was just in a place that I could go reference it and look at it.
And we actually had built a couple of those things for the nursing application. We didn't end up using it exactly the same way, but she went through kind of a step-by-step, how do you use the admin suite in a PowerPoint that maybe had in some ways that hadn't been addressed before.
Yeah, but we have talked about this. There has to be more online videos about simple things like that, so that a person can just go in there, an administrator can just go in there and look at the video without, that would reduce the number of requests from the help desk.
Right.
So we're talking about that.
And then the only other, it's more of a question, I guess. We are having a challenge with how we have a second 8-week semester at Angelo State, and we are having a hard time deciding whether to keep that fall application for those second 8 weeks open. And then we have the problem of our freshman students, again, being confused by that. And we were just really wondering what other schools were doing, or if they had second 8 weeks or mini terms, and how they were using Apply Texas for that.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think that we need flexibility in that, but I don't have a good answer for you because there's not continuity amongst institutions on how that's done. I don't know how that affects registrars. Speaking of registrars, I got out. Okay. You had experience, yeah, about reporting information. I mean, how you report that term participation.
Flex terms are reported for the following term. Anything that's after the census date for the long terms reported the next term.
So
that's typically how that happens across colleges and universities.
I don't know if that's a workaround or not that you currently look at.
Because we have that issue too. We're actually increasing our number of flex terms, and right now what we're doing, we close off the long-term application, and typically those students that are only applying for that term are applying for the future term, and then we'll move their application. That's not a good thing, and it's not real clear, but that's what we're doing right now. But I know we're talking about actually changing that and putting our mini terms, like we have winter terms that only, people at universities, they come back and apply and take courses. What did they do? But we don't have those smaller sessions, because really there's sessions within the long terms.
Right, yeah.
Is what we don't have an answer.
I wonder if we could take what your need is and what the private schools need is, if you make it broad enough so that you fill in what that is, instead of it always being early action or whatever that you could activate, you just have the ability.
It would be helpful if we were able to use an application for a little bit longer and actually specify. And I think for most community colleges, because we're having more and more of these smaller terms added at different times. And then sessions within that term. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Terminology and things like that.
Well, and let me throw another layer on that consideration. And this was an issue a couple of years ago, which is an issue that I think will come up again, and it may affect more than just my institution, and that is to look at accessibility for online courses on demand. And so if those are applications for taking courses on demand, that's outside of any term. And so there's our conversation about dynamic or flex terms, and then multiple term definitions, priority deadlines, or early action deadlines, and or something that could be open consistently, is raising a couple of different questions about some of the future adaptations of what we are as an application and how we can be better serving our constituency. So I have no answers to any of those questions yet, but definitely something that we need to think about going forward. And so I think that that's something that needs to be. Now, I'm not going to say anything about a subcommittee right now.
I was going to say.
Unless Texas A&M wants to chair that subcommittee.
Integration of the app to take it up.
Let me throw another wrench in that as well, which is other application or special application groups or subgroups. For instance, we have undergraduate research programs at our institution which require an application, and we have resorted to building.
Well, how about an honors college?
Yeah, well, they have that. These are students who have to apply for admission, mm-hmm. but they're completely different admit type from our standpoint. We have, we just built in our self-service banner portal, we built 3 applications recently to support these because the Apply Texas application just wasn't working for us. We can't identify them with the minimum number of options that we have there. So that was something I had thought about, some general app out there that we could name in a sense that this is for this population. Transient, some are transient. Our transient deadline is different than our non-degree seeking deadline, kids just wanting to come in the summer. So that would accommodate possibly some of those issues as well. And I do have another topic when we're off this one.
So let me respond to that. I think that I'm not going to ask for that to be a subcommittee right now unless the committee feels that needs to be addressed. I'd like to see that become after our next meeting, between our next meeting and our summer conference, that we perhaps put together it can be the full committee if everybody would like to participate in terms of a strategic plan for the direction of the future terms of where we are as a committee. And so as this committee is new in the fall, that they have a place to start with direction for development. We are in a very good place with the Apply Texas application now. When I first started working with this committee, we had lists of items that were item by item that we were changing and adjusting on an annual basis. We have refined this application very nicely, and it has been, when we look at the list of things that we would like to revise or change, it has become a lot smaller than it used to be. And so now that's good, because now we're talking about new directions and opportunities. So let's be a little more strategic about planning for the future. And perhaps that's a good way to end out this cycle of this committee, is to help put forward some strategic vision or values for the next committee. And then present that at the conference this summer. Another item.
I do have one more item, maybe one more. We are finding we have a need to know previous high schools attended. I don't know if anyone else has an issue with that, but it's particularly a problem when a student has changed schools for their senior year and they tell us that they're, graduating from Westlake High School, but we get a transcript then, from Roosevelt High School for the 3 years prior. It would be nice just to know where they've previously gone to school. And it can help with matching as well, because sometimes their test scores come in under the previous high school, and we have an app, but we're not quite sure, is this really the same person? Because you can have the same name and same date of birth. We see that almost every semester. We have some student with the same name, same date of birth. Mm-hmm. And so it's troublesome. Just a data item to add.
Okay.
And when we were talking about auditing different values on the app, I would like to see some auditing of the date of birth, because students do put 2013 as their date of birth. Just something that, will...
You just get those. You have provided each other.
We have several, let me tell you. I keep inviting them. I want to come. I want to meet them so that when they're famous, I can say I know them. We really do. I think we have a 15-year-old in grad school. So anyway, something to validate that date of birth. Just, are you sure? Or, if they're 13 applying as a freshman, not to say it's wrong, but just your date of birth says that you're 13 years old and you're applying as a freshman to college. Is this really what you want to do? That's right. That's right. Anyone else have a problem with that? No, just.
I don't know if we have a problem with that. I know we used to with one of our other apps. We resolved that. We actually had more of a problem of it. Drop down for spelling out. Obviously, they're not going to be.
I'm wondering if it has to do something with some of these public schools doing college readiness, maybe them go online and fill out an applet, so I don't know if that's something that maybe the public schools are encouraging or doing.
I've seen that also. So, and we've talked about doing some kind of like an application in a test environment where it's not even submitted, and I think there is, but I don't think we've publicized that.
I can put it.
There's a FAFSA test that the students can do.
There's a what?
There's a sample FAFSA test.
Yeah,
that they
but
could do, but
I think we do have a sample where, because Tim,
We have some test pages that we've built, that they built. I don't know how. But it's more. They're more like just samples. I don't think they actually fill them out all the way. It doesn't lead you through a real app. Like a real app experience.
Sorry, I do know it's a problem. Not a problem. It's a challenge, and you understand why. But what it does to your processing office. I mean, if you look at NACAC's cost of recruitment, I think they're estimating for 4-year publics that you're spending $600 to $700 per student to recruit your class. And so, if you have an entire senior class fill out an application, you don't know who's a viable application or not, and it's tough. I mean, you want to help and you want to do it. You get the whys, and I know the community colleges are just getting blasted.
Any other items for consideration in our next meeting? We have been talking about our next meeting being in April. I haven't looked at any of the calendars yet. I'm not aware of any other festivals in Austin, but I'm sure that there are some that are taking place.
They keep putting off the Kite Festival because of rain, so maybe it'll be around that.
Oh, that Formula One is in April.
There's something.
Let's go to
motorcycle thing, isn't it?
We may need to do May. Okay, so yes, or something at the track. Yeah, I think I had heard about the motorcycle.
Easter.
There is
Easter's Easter's the 20th, I think, of April.
Okay, I'll talk to Jose about dates, and we'll doodle it, and then we'll go from there.
Could I jump in a couple of things? One, on the parent information, we talked about that, and sorry to kind of, I missed the opportunity to say this at the time, but we'll need some help. What questions do you want? There were some from TCU that were pretty specific. There were 6 or 8 that they wanted. And is there a group that we kind of all agree on? And then if somebody else wants one more or whatever, they can put it in a custom question. But if there's for us going forward, we'll need to add fields for each one of those. So we'll need to know what that field set is. And then, with regard to the meeting, I think we'll come back to the next meeting with where we'll get serious about exactly what time is going to be done. And just a reminder that we're pretty late this year.
Yes.
So our time frame is already going to be compressed. Some of these things we may be able to just go ahead and start working on. And if we do have the go ahead on some of these things, we'll just start working on them. But just keep in mind that it's April, but especially going into May, that for us to, we're going to be operating a pretty compressed time frame for this year.
I respect that, and I apologize for that. And it partly is due to the fact that we had this meeting delayed. So what I'm going to ask is the subcommittee reports that took place today. If there's action items that come out of that you want to put forward for consideration, if we could do those prior to the next meeting, then we can have those for consideration, and Tim, you can start to prioritize, and then we can vote on that at our last meeting prior to the conference.
And some of these things, if they're relatively low-hanging fruit and there's an agreement, we can knock them out before the next meeting.
And if we need to have that
ready.
in terms of a conversation that's on email, we can do that as well.
Okay.
Because to be good stewards also needs for us to be, efficient with time, and I appreciate that. So yes, we have a couple of items, and we'll schedule meetings, and we'll have conversations with committee chairs to make sure we have those meetings. I'll go back to your comment about parent information, and I'd like to just tag it on to the extracurricular group, if that's all right, if you want to take on consideration, and if you'd like to participate with these guys, and anybody else who would like to participate. So if that could be a conversation that could be handled with those 2 conversational items, what would the extracurricular items be, how would they look different for different application types? And let's also include the parent information, an example of what parent information could look like. Good? Okay. If there's any announcements from anyone? What a meeting. Great deal. I appreciate everybody's participation and attendance. We'll get the other meeting scheduled as soon as possible so we can make that happen. It seems that our schedules have become very aggressive, and so I apologize for that. And then so for the next meeting, we will finalize the items for revision. We will talk about the strategic plan, and we will also talk about the annual users membership conference and how we can address those things. So that will be the agenda items for the next meeting. If that's all, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded, we adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Safe travels.